Mr. President, when the only speech being stifled is speech that Republicans don't agree with. Even speech that is substantive, relevant, on point to the matter this body is considering, and appropriate and measured in tone. And I'd make a broader point, Mr. President. This is not what America is about. Silencing speech, especially in this chamber. What we do here is debate. We debate fiercely and forcefully, but respectfully. The founders of the Republic, the titans of the early Senate, Webster, Clay, Calhoun, debated till they were blue in the face. From time to time, they probably had tough words for one another. We're not afraid of tough words in America. We don't look to censure speech. The rule is only intended to keep senators on the facts, to keep them from making baseless accusations about another's character. My friend from Massachusetts was following the letter and the spirit of the rule last night. She was engaging in that tradition of forceful but respectful debate when she was cut off.
The quorum be vitiated.
Without objection. The senator from California.
Thank you. Mr. President, my parents met when they were graduate students at the University of California, Berkeley in the 1960s, when they were active in the civil rights movement. In fact, my sister and I joke that we grew up surrounded by a bunch of adults who spent full time marching and shouting about this thing called justice. I was part of only the second class to integrate Berkeley, California public schools, almost 2 decades after the United States Supreme Court declared that separate was inherently unequal in the great case of Brown versus Board of Education, a case that I might add was supported by an amicus brief from the then United States Attorney General. In fact, it was the lawyers in Brown v. Board of Education, Thurgood Marshall, Charles Hamilton Houston, Constance Baker Motley, that inspired me at a young age to become a lawyer. And simply put, it is likely that had the United States Supreme Court not decided the way it did in Brown versus Board of Education, I would not be standing here as a member of the United States Senate. So then, as a direct beneficiary of landmark rulings by the United States judicial system and the American judicial system, I am acutely aware of the lasting and profound impact that our courts can have on the everyday lives of Americans. And is with a deep sense of respect and admiration for the role of our justice system that I rise to oppose the nomination of Senator Sessions to be the next Attorney General of the United States. The mission of the Department of Justice is clear: to enforce the law and defend the interests of the United States according to the law, to ensure public safety against threats, foreign and domestic, to provide federal leadership in preventing and controlling crime, to seek just punishment for those guilty of unlawful behavior, and to ensure fair and impartial administration of justice for all Americans. And it is those words, justice for all, that best articulate the spirit behind our judicial system. You see, I am a career prosecutor. In fact, I started my work as a young deputy district attorney in the Alameda County District Attorney's Office. That office was once led by United States Supreme Court Chief Justice Earl Warren. And every time I filed a case, it would never read the name of the victim versus the name of the defendant. It always read the people versus the defendant. Because in our democracy, in our great judicial system, we have rightly said, a harm against any one of us is a harm against all of us, especially because we know that harm is most often directed at some of the most vulnerable and voiceless among us. And so we rightly have declared that as a civil society, we will not require them to fight alone. We will stand with them. Justice for all. And this point is what raises my question of whether this nominee can fulfill the role and responsibility of this job. Let's be clear. This is not a debate about a president's nominee. It is not simply a debate about a president's nominee. This is a debate about the fundamental ideals of our country, ideals that date back to the founding of our country and those great words we spoke in 1776. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, rights that among those are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. All men are created equal, unalienable rights. In other words, President Lincoln was fulfilling the promise first made in the Declaration of Independence, a promise that made clear the basis for legal equality derives not from a right that is given, but from natural rights, rights that have been endowed upon us by our Creator, rights that cannot and should not be taken away or given up. So let us recognize that civil rights are not given through the enactment of a law or the publication of a court decision. Rather, our inherent civil rights are fulfilled when we guarantee them through the implementation and enforcement of the law. Well-meaning people indeed can argue over the best means to ensure our fundamental rights, but it is crucial that we do not allow ourselves to be drawn into a suggestion that enforcing civil rights is favoring one group over another. Protecting civil rights is not about taking care of someone else. It is in our common interest. It is in each of our self-interest. Liberty for each of us depends on liberty for all of us. It is just like the Department of Justice's mission, which articulates in those three words, justice for all. This is the department's charge. It is its mission. And the next Attorney General of the United States must use his powers as a prosecutor to uphold it. And this brings me to the troubling and frankly unacceptable record of the nominee for this office. It is the United States Department of Justice that is charged with enforcing the rights of those trying to cast a ballot. But Senator Sessions cheered the Supreme Court's decision to gut the Voting Rights Act, used his power as a U.S. attorney to prosecute 3 African-American civil rights activists in Alabama, and then called the NAACP, quote, un-American. It is the United States Department of Justice that addresses systemic inequalities that we know, unfortunately, still exist in our criminal justice system and have led to mass incarceration. But Senator Sessions led the opposition to bipartisan sentencing reform. It is the United States Department of Justice that investigates and prosecutes crimes motivated by hate, based on race, religion, gender, nationality, disability, or sexual orientation of its victim. But in the 1990s, when lawmakers worked to pass hate crime legislation after the brutal killing of Matthew Shepard, Senator Sessions was a vocal opponent. It is the United States Department of Justice that uses the power of the prosecutor to protect women who have been victims of crime. But Senator Sessions voted no when both Democrats and Republicans came together to reauthorize the Violence Against Women Act, which gives support and assistance to survivors of domestic violence and sexual assault, including members of our LGBT community. It is the United States Department of Justice that defends that most fundamental right of freedom to worship. But it was Senator Sessions who was one of the most outspoken defenders of then-candidate and now President Donald Trump's unconstitutional Muslim travel ban, which, by the way, was roundly denounced by many of his fellow Republicans. It is the United States Department of Justice that enforces federal laws prohibiting employment practices that discriminate on the grounds of race, sex, religion, and national origin. But Senator Sessions has opposed the Paycheck Fairness Act, Lilly Ledbetter Act, and the Employee Non-Discrimination Act. It is the United States Department of Justice that implements the Americans with Disabilities Act. But when both Democrats and Republicans worked to reauthorize the Individuals with Disability in Education Act, which provides resources to children with special needs, Senator Sessions said providing educational services for these children, quote, may be the single most irritating problem for teachers throughout America today. You see, whether you are the father of a special needs child in a classroom, a woman trying to earn fair pay, an African-American man in a voting booth, or a victim at a police station trying to report a crime, Senator Sessions has not been your advocate. As a former United States Attorney General, the great Bobby Kennedy once said, "We must recognize the full human equality of all people, and all our people before God, before the law, and in the councils of government. We must do this not because it is economically advantageous, although it is, not because the laws of God and man command it, although they do command it, not because people in other lands wish it so. We must do it," he said, "for the single and fundamental reason that it is the right thing to do." The right thing to do. That is what makes us special as a country. That is what makes us right, and that is what makes us great. Our values and our ideals. It is the belief that no matter who you are, whether young or old, rich or poor, gay or straight, whether you're a child from Oakland or a child of Birmingham, whether you came here by plane to escape the hardships of war and torture, or by foot to build a better life, whether you've been the victim of gun violence or opioid addiction, whether you're paid less than others doing the same work, or stopped at a red light because of the color of your skin, you deserve an Attorney General who recognizes the full human quality of all people. It's what led Attorney General Herbert Brownell, when there was a rampant voter discrimination and intimidation here in the United States, to create in the United States Department of Justice the Civil Rights Division, whose mission is to, quote, uphold the civil and constitutional rights of all Americans, particularly some of the most vulnerable members of our society. It's what led Attorney General William Rogers, United States Attorney General William Rogers, to forcefully demand the integration of an elementary school at the Redstone Missile Center in Alabama when the children of black service members were being denied entry. It's that commitment that led Bobby Kennedy to send 500 United States Marshals to Oxford, Mississippi, to escort a young black man, James Meredith, to enroll at Ole Miss. It's what led United States Attorney General Elliot Richardson to resign rather than do the bidding of a corrupt president during Watergate. It's what led my friend Attorney General Eric Holder to sue the state of Arizona over SB 1070, a law that led to the unjust racial profiling of immigrants, and to say to the United States government would no longer defend a law that prevented LGBT Americans from expressing their love for one another. And it's what led Attorney General Sally Yates on a Monday evening this month to stand up and refuse to defend a Muslim ban. More than most cabinet positions, the United States Attorney General enforces the principles that are the founding of our country. But I've seen no evidence in his record or testimony that Senator Sessions will approach this office in furtherance of these noble ideals. The gains that our country has made are not permanent, and it is incumbent on the Attorney General of the United States to fight for the civil rights of all people. No one said it better than Coretta Scott King. Freedom is never really won. You earn it and win it in every generation. And if Senator Sessions won't, then it is incumbent upon the rest of us to persist. I urge my colleagues to vote no. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The senator from California.
I notice the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Senators today debating the nomination of their fellow senator, Jeff Sessions, to be the next Attorney General. A confirmation vote expected about 6:50 p.m. Eastern Time today. Live coverage of the Senate, of course, continues here on C-SPAN 2. We're back in a quorum call waiting for a member to come to the floor. While we wait, we're going to show you remarks from the Senate Republican Whip John Cornyn from earlier today, speaking about the circumstances surrounding the rebuke of Senator Elizabeth Warren last night.
Madam President, last night we all witnessed a rather extraordinary event. For certainly the first time in my time in the United States Senate, we saw Rule 19 of the Standing Senate Rules invoked. That rule says, no senator in debate shall, directly or indirectly, by any form of words, impute to another senator or to other senators any conduct or motive unworthy or unbecoming a senator. And I certainly agree with the ruling of the chair and the decision of the Senate as a body that that line was crossed last night. A senator can't evade that rule by somehow claiming, well, these weren't my words, I was reading what somebody else said. And specifically in the case of our former colleague, now deceased, Senator Ted Kennedy, claiming that the nominee for Attorney General was somehow a disgrace to the Justice Department and ought to resign. That certainly crossed that line. Our colleagues want to point to a letter written by Coretta Scott King. That was part, but not the whole, of the speech given by the senator from Massachusetts. So I hope that maybe we've all been chastened a little bit, and maybe we've all learned a little bit of a lesson here. I would yearn for the day when the Senate, and frankly the country as a whole, would pull back from the abyss of recrimination, personal attacks, and we would get back to doing what this institution was designed to do, which was to be a great body for deliberation and debate. and that we would treat each other with the civility that we would all want to be treated. And that we're at a pretty challenging time in our nation's history when many people who were surprised and disappointed at the last election are unwilling to accept the results of that election and the verdict of the American people. I can only hope that after the passage of some time, they will return to their senses and they will agree that no one is well served by this race to the bottom in terms of decorum, in terms of rhetoric, in terms of how we treat one another, and that the American people are better served when we treat each other with civility and respect, and that we don't make personal attacks against senators because of the positions that they take. Well, this debate over the nomination of Senator Jeff Sessions has taken on some rather unusual twists and turns. I just want to comment just briefly on some of the remarks made by our colleague from Minnesota about voting rights, because I think this is exemplary of the way that Senator Sessions' record on voting rights has been misrepresented. We all know that back in 2006, those of us who were here in the Senate, including Senator Sessions, including the Democratic whip and myself, we all voted to reauthorize the Voting Rights Act. That included Section 2 and Section 5, which was later struck down. Section 2, of course, is the provision of the Voting Rights Act that applies to the entire nation, and it authorizes a lawsuit to vindicate voting rights that are jeopardized by some illegal practice. Section 5, which was the subject of the decision by the United States Supreme Court in the Shelby County case that was decided in 2013, that was directed not at Section 2, which applies to the entire nation, but to Section 5, which only applied to a handful of jurisdictions around the country. And it was based on voting practices that existed back in the middle 1960s. And I'd be the first to admit that the record of vindicating the rights of minority voters back in 1965 is nothing to be proud of. But we've come such a long way in this country, and it's been because of the Voting Rights Act. It's been because of our collective commitment to the right of every citizen to vote that I believe those statistics, which existed back in the mid-60s, are no longer valid today. In fact, you look at many of the jurisdictions covered back in the 1960s, they have superior records of minority voting, including in places like Alabama, where Senator Sessions is from, than jurisdictions that are not covered by Section 5. How our colleagues across the aisle can somehow condemn Senator Sessions for the Supreme Court's decision in the Shelby County case when he voted for the reauthorization of the entire Voting Rights Act, Section 2 and Section 5, strikes me as extremely misleading and unfortunate. But it does seem to characterize the nature of the debate about this nominee. I said during his confirmation hearing, I said, well, those who don't know Senator Sessions are interested to learn his record and his resume. But those of us who've worked with him, we don't need to read his resume. We don't need to hear a recitation of his record. We know the man. We know what's in his heart. And he is a thoroughly decent and honorable member of the United States Senate, and he will do an outstanding job, I believe, in restoring the reputation of the Department of Justice as one dedicated to the rule of law above all else. There's always a risk, and this happens in Democratic administrations as well as Republican administrations, when the Attorney General feels like they are an arm of the White House. That's not the job of the Attorney General. The President has a lawyer, White House counsel. The Attorney General is supposed to have some measure of independence, even though he or she is appointed by the president and serves at the president's pleasure. That's why we ask questions of people like Deputy Attorney General Sally Yates. Can you tell the president no? Well, she said she could. And then ultimately, unfortunately, in the case of the executive order that was issued by President Trump later on, said even though this order was vetted by the Office of Legal Counsel, and it determined that this was a legal executive order, both in content and in form, she said, I still disagree with the president's executive order, and I'm going to order the Justice Department lawyers not to defend it. Well, that's the kind of politics that we need none of in the Department of Justice. We've got plenty of politicians in this country. We've got plenty of politicians in the Congress and in the White House. We don't need another politician as Attorney General. In fact, we need a non-politician, an apolitician, somebody who believes that their allegiance to the rule of law, irrespective of who's involved, whether it's the President of the United States or it's the least among us. That is what the rule of law is all about. And that's one reason why I feel so strongly that Senator Sessions will be an outstanding Attorney General, because I believe he will restore the Department of Justice to an institution that believes in and enforces the rule of law above politics. And that is a fundamentally important thing to do. We know Senator Sessions, as I said earlier, brings a lifetime of relevant experience to this job. Former federal prosecutor, former United States attorney for the Department of Justice. He said those are some of the best years of his life. I once had a colleague who now serves on the Fifth Circuit. When he became a United States District Judge in San Antonio, he was recalling his days as United States attorney, and he'd say, I still remember this after all these many years, he said, he's never had a prouder moment in his life than when he appeared in court and he said, I'm here and I'm ready on behalf of the United States of America. Senator Sessions is here and he's ready to serve the American people as Attorney General. And we know from his service at the Department of Justice as Attorney General of Alabama and now for the past 20 years in the United States Senate that he's devoted to the rule of law and keeping our country safe. So it's really been sad to see interest groups vilifying him over and over again, or people mischaracterizing, like they have on his voting rights record, things that he is not responsible for after voting to reauthorize the Voting Rights Act in 2006. He didn't decide the Shelby County case. Well, this is a man we've worked with for 20 years, people who've been here that long with him. And we know Jeff Sessions to be a man who's dedicated his life to public service. Our colleagues across the aisle have offered him an occasional compliment, like the Democratic leader who once called him straightforward and fair. The assistant Democratic leader called him a man of his word. But now the decision to drag out cabinet nominations as long as possible and to waste valuable time that could be used on other bipartisan legislation, we know our Democratic colleagues have chosen to slow walk the process, and I think it's a shame, particularly in the case of somebody we all know so well and who is dedicated to the Department of Justice and to restoration of the rule of law. Well, several of us have talked from time.
Senator from Florida.
I ask the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I rise today to speak about the nomination of Senator Sessions to be the next Attorney General. I believe one of the most important jobs of a U.S. Attorney General is to protect the people's right to vote. In the tumultuous days of the early 1960s, on a hot afternoon, I watched on a grainy black and white TV as Dr. King delivered his memorable "I Have a Dream" speech on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial. His soaring, spiritually laced speech challenged us to commit our lives to ensuring that the promises of American democracy were available not just for the privileged few, but for all of God's children, black men, white men, Jews and Gentiles, Protestants and Catholics. That was his quote. Now's the time, Dr. King urged, to make real the promises of democracy. He stressed that a central promise made to the citizens in a democracy is the right to vote and to have that vote counted. We cannot, he said, be satisfied as long as a Negro in Mississippi cannot vote and a Negro in New York believes he has nothing for which to vote. End of quotation. Half a century has passed and our country has changed with the times. But one thing has not changed. The right to vote for all God's children in America is still under assault. Unbelievably, we are not so very far from the problems of 1963. Despite the passage of time and landmark civil and voting rights legislation, 5 decades later, there is still considerable voter suppression in this country. In fact, several states have recently enacted restrictive laws cutting back voting hours on nights and on weekends, eliminating same-day registration, and basically making it harder for people to vote. Standing in between a citizen and the voting booth is a direct contradiction to the vision of equality put forth by our founding fathers. Because back then in 1776, they declared that all men were created equal, but many in our country had to wait another 94 years before the 15th Amendment to the Constitution granted citizens the right to vote, though not all citizens. Ratified in 1870, the amendment states, "The right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. The Congress shall have the power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation." And that's the end of a quote of our Constitution. And still, it took another 50 years before women in America were allowed to vote. After her arrest for casting a ballot in the presidential election of 1872, Susan B. Anthony delivered a number of speeches in upstate New York on women's suffrage. And in those speeches, she noted that the right of all citizens to vote in elections is a key to a functioning democracy. Specifically, one line from her speech stands out, and I quote her. And it is downright mockery to talk to women of their enjoyment of the blessings of liberty when they are denied the use of the only means of securing them by providing the Democratic Republican government the ballot. That's her quote. And after the 19th Amendment granting women the ballot, Then it took another 45 years before our nation belatedly enacted the Voting Rights Act of 1965, intended to guarantee every U.S. citizen the right to vote. But does this principle really hold true in practice? The continued voter suppression of which I speak may not be as blatant as it once was, with Jim Crow laws and poll taxes and literacy tests, but it's still very much with us. In recent years, it is obvious that hurdles have once again been placed between the voting booth and the young and minority voters. A devastating blow was dealt by the U.S. Supreme Court when it gutted the Voting Rights Act in 2013. Our nation's highest court struck down a central provision of the law that was used to guarantee fair elections in this country since the mid-1960s, and that includes guaranteed the elections in my state of Florida since that time. Congress passed the Voting Rights Act of '65 to protect our right to vote. It required states with a history of voter suppression to get federal approval before changing their voting laws. And for nearly 5 decades, the states had to prove to the Department of Justice why a change was necessary and demonstrate how that change would not harm voters. But in a 5-4 decision, the court declared in part that part of the law was outdated. It essentially rendered a key part of the law void until a bitterly partisan and gridlocked Congress can at some future time come up with a new formula for determining which states and localities need advance approval to amend their right to vote laws. The majority justified its ruling in the court by pointing out that we no longer have the blatant voter suppression tactics once used to disenfranchise targeted voters across the country. And I so vigorously disagree, because by removing much needed voter protections, it also prevents the federal government from trying to block discriminatory state laws before they go into effect. In essence, states and local jurisdictions are now legally free to do as they please. In fact, just moments after the decision, the Texas Attorney General said his state would begin immediately, was his word, honoring local legislation that a federal court had imposed strict and unforgiving burdens on many Texans attempting to cast a ballot. As has been noted, the right to vote was not always given to all American adults, but our laws adjusted as we became more mature and a tolerant democracy. But the reverse is what has been happening in America today, and especially in Florida. Since the 2010 election, in addition to cutting back on early voting, North Carolina, Ohio, Wisconsin, and Florida have approved voting restrictions that, according to some experts, are targeted directly at reducing turnout among young, low-income, and minority voters that traditionally support Democrats. One study by the Brennan Center for Justice at New York University School of Law reviewed the crop of similar disenfranchisement laws that were enacted after the 2010 decision. All told, the center found that many as 5 million Americans could be adversely affected by these voting laws. And there is a clear political impact as a result of these disenfranchisement laws. 2 University of Massachusetts professors conducted a study that found that there was a clear pattern associated with the voter restrictions in the various states. According to Keith Bentel and Aaron O'Brien, states were more likely to pass limits on voting that those same states elected Republican governors, those states that increased their share of Republican lawmakers, and those states that became more electorally competitive under Republicans. In 2011, the Florida legislature and state officials reduced a number of early voting days. They reduced them from 2 weeks down to 8 days, including, very conveniently, canceling the Sunday right before the Tuesday election, a day that had historically seen heavy African American and Hispanic voting. State officials countered that registered voters would still have the same number of hours and that they could still vote early, only in 8 days instead of 2 weeks. Well, it didn't work out that way. And Florida also made voting harder for people who had been recently moved to another county and had an address change, such as college students. After it subjected voter registration groups to penalties and fines for mistakes, voter registration, mind you, penalties and fines if you didn't turn it in within a certain number of hours. It was so burdensome that the League of Women Voters challenged the provision in court, federal court, and they won. But not before Jill Cicerelli, a Florida teacher, had helped her students pre-register to vote and ended up facing legal troubles as the result of her well-intentioned public service. A school teacher teaching a government class, getting her kids pre-registered so when they became 18, they could vote, and she got in trouble with the state of Florida. The New Smyrna Beach High School civics teacher unwillingly ran afoul of the state's new convoluted election law. Cicerelli, it turned out, hadn't registered with the state before beginning the drive and didn't submit the forms to the elections office within that short number of hours. Quote, "You're talking about a high-energy teacher who cares about her kids, cares about her community, and cares about her country," end of quote, is how the New Smyrna High School principal, Jim Tager, described his teacher. Thankfully, the Voting Rights Act allowed the federal government to go before a panel of Washington, D.C. judges who found that Florida's 2011 reduction of early voting, which I have just chronicled, here's what the court said, quote, "would make it materially more difficult for some minority voters to cast a ballot," end of quote. As a result, Florida had to restore its hours of early voting. And even with these added protections, even with that, the next election, 2012, it was a fiasco. Lines outside the polling places were prohibitively long, with some people waiting up to 8 hours to cast their vote. Now, I'm not kidding the Senate. There were lines in Dade County, Miami-Dade County, 7 and 8 hours. And by the way, some of those lines, there wasn't a nearby bathroom. Faced with calls for extending poll hours, the governor of Florida failed to do what his two Republican gubernatorial predecessors had done: extend voting hours in some of the most swamped polling places to give folks enough time to exercise their right to vote. In fact, a Massachusetts Institute of Technology analysis found that in 2012, Florida had the nation's longest waiting lines to vote at an average statewide of 45 minutes. And more than 200,000 voters in Florida gave up in frustration because 200,000 voters gave up in frustration because the lines were so long. They didn't vote that year. And according to another analysis by Ohio State University and the Orlando Sentinel, they're the ones that came up with that 200,000 figure. And they aren't done yet. As of the 2011 restrictions, as if they were not enough, an elections official in Miami-Dade County in 2012 said that restrooms would be closed to voters at polling sites in private buildings over a handicap access dispute, even though there were bathrooms in those private buildings where the polling place was. The state's top election official in 2012 also told one of our 67 local election supervisors, told her not to allow voters to submit absentee ballots at remote drop-off sites. She, by the way, is a Republican supervisor of elections. She told the State Department Division of Elections to kiss off, that she was running the elections and she was going to make sure that there were enough places around that county where if they had an absentee ballot, that it was going to be convenient for them to go and drop off that absentee ballot and having to take it miles and miles to one place that the Division of Elections at the state level was telling them to go to. That supervisor of elections knew what she had to do to make it easy for voters to vote. And she stuck to her guns. And at the same time, that same Division of Elections in the Department of State denied a request from the city of Gainesville in a municipal election. They denied the request to use the University of Florida campus building for early voting, a move that was viewed by some, more than some, as an assault on student voting by making it more difficult for students to find a place to vote. By then, I had asked the U.S. Attorney General, Eric Holder, for an investigation into the changes in Florida's voting law. And in response, the Attorney General wrote to warn the governor of Florida that the Justice Department would be, quote, carefully monitoring, end of quote, Florida's elections. Quote, during your tenure, Your state has repeatedly added barriers to voting and restricted access to the polls, the Attorney General wrote. Whenever warranted by the facts and the law, we will not hesitate to use all tools and legal authorities at our disposal to fight against racial discrimination, to stand against disenfranchisement, and to safeguard the right of every eligible American to cast a ballot. End of quote. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the letter from the U.S. Attorney General to the Governor of Florida dated July 21st, 2014 be entered in the record.
Without objection.
The Attorney General cited problematic actions of the governor's chief elections official, including purging from the voter rolls suspected non-citizens, a move that eventually was blocked after outright opposition from county election supervisors. So in light of this evidence and following a widespread public outcry, what do we do now? Mr. President, as we say, it may not be as obvious as poll taxes and all the other blockades to voting as we've seen in the past, particularly back all of the marches and so forth during the 1960s civil rights era. Might not be as obvious, but there are all these subtle attempts. So what do? I submit that though the problem is complex, the answer is relatively simple. As Americans who cherish the right to vote, we must turn to those schemers and say, there is a promise of democracy that we will not allow you to break. We have an obligation to keep this promise of democracy for our children. Congress may be dysfunctional, but we must continue to push lawmakers for a fix to the Voting Rights Act that the Supreme Court struck down on a 5-4 vote, a key provision. We ought to be making it easier to vote, not harder. I believe no one should have to wait more than 1/2 hour to vote. So I joined with others a few years ago to introduce a bill in Congress aimed at making that standard 30-minute wait time based on the January 2014 recommendation of a bipartisan presidential commission on elections. Keep in mind what President Johnson said a half-century ago. Quote, "The vote is the most powerful instrument ever devised by man for breaking down injustice and destroying the terrible walls which imprison men because they are different from other men." And also remember what Dr. King said. "So long as I do not firmly and irrevocably possess the right to vote, I do not possess myself. I cannot make up my mind. It is made up for me. I cannot live as a democratic citizen, observing the laws I have helped to enact. I can only submit to the edict of others." End of quote. Don't we owe to all our children the right to possess themselves if this is to be a truly free and fair democracy? I believe that two of the most fundamental rights in our democracy are the right to vote and the right to know who you are voting for and the right to have the confidence that that vote is going to be counted as you intended it. Now, if that were not enough, and just as concerning as the ongoing efforts to suppress certain votes in this country is, it's also the amount of undisclosed and unlimited money that is sloshing around in our campaigns. The Supreme Court's 2010 decision in Citizens United has opened the floodgates and allowed the wealthiest Americans to spend unlimited amounts of money to influence our elections. Allowing such unlimited, undisclosed money into our political system is corrupting our democracy. I have strongly supported several pieces of legislation, such as the Disclose Act, to require groups that spend more than $10,000 on campaign-related matters to identify themselves. Tell the people who is given the money by filing a disclosure report with the Federal Elections Commission. But that's not what the Supreme Court decision required. The American people have a right to know who they're voting for, not just the name on the ballot, but who is behind that name on the ballot. The Supreme Court itself said that, quote, transparency enables the electorate to make informed decisions and give proper weight to different speakers and messages, end of quote. And I believe we, as a Congress, have a moral obligation to correct what has happened to our system and to ensure that our voters have the information they need to make an informed decision on Election Day. So this senator has spoken on two subject areas: the right to vote and the amount of undetectable, unannounced, undisclosed, and unlimited money in our elections. For this and many other reasons that I have stated and have not stated, Mr. President, the reasons mentioned in these remarks, I will vote no on the confirmation for Attorney General.
Mr. President.
Senator from Missouri.
Mr. President, we're coming to the conclusion of weeks now of debate on the nominee to be the Attorney General of the United States, and we still have other debates to have on other people before this process ends. In fact, somebody observed this week that you have to go back to the very founding of the government, to the first administration of George Washington, to find a time when it's taken longer to put a cabinet in place, and George Washington only had to find 4 people in a government that was just trying to establish itself. But we are taking a maximum amount of time in a cabinet and presidential nominations that usually happen quickly. There's traditionally been an understanding in our country that when the president's elected, that the importance of the president being able to put his stamp on the government as quickly as possible, and eventually we'll be able to say his or her stamp on the government. But up till now, presidents have had that opportunity. I've read somewhere that from President Garfield right after the Civil War till President
through the Franklin Roosevelt, that cabinets in those that were put in place on in the first days of every one of those administrations, maybe often even the very first day. But what we've seen in this debate is also the questioning of people's motives, not just their decisions. Now, I don't quote Vice President Biden often, but one of the quotes I've heard him give often, and one that I've agreed with in all my time here, is that it's appropriate to question somebody else's decisions in public debate, particularly when you're debating your colleagues who've also been elected to these jobs as well, but it's frankly not appropriate to question their motives. And when we start doing that, that is always a mistake. When I was the whip in the House, Mr. President, I used to tell the freshman members of the House, you're going to enjoy this opportunity and be better at it while you're here if you can vigorously fight for what you're for, but if you'll also believe that in virtually 100% of the cases, the person on the other side of that debate is as well motivated and as genuine as you are. You know, you can be wrong and not be evil. You can be wrong and not be badly motivated. And, you know, elections do have consequences. Every person that we're talking with on this floor in this debate was elected to the Senate. Now, I think Senator Sessions will be confirmed Attorney General, and so sometime later this week, one of our number will have been appointed to this job. But these are people who come to this process as the Constitution determines, and they serve here as representatives of both the state they represent and the Constitution and what it stands for. You know, in the case of Senator Sessions, we have a colleague who has been here for 20 years. Anybody who's been here less than that served every day of their time in the Senate with Senator Sessions. People who've been here longer than that have served all 20 years with Senator Sessions. And I don't know how you can do that and not see the quality he brings to that job every day. He and I haven't always voted the same. And in fact, there's probably no member here that I've always voted the same with. But he comes with a background of integrity. He was an Eagle Scout. And not only was he an Eagle Scout, I was reading he was a distinguished Eagle Scout. I'm not even sure I know the difference in an Eagle Scout and a distinguished Eagle Scout. I thought all Eagle Scouts were distinguished, but starting even then, Jeff Sessions has always stood out a little above the crowd. 4 decades of public service. 1975, he became an assistant U.S. attorney in the Southern District in Alabama. Half a dozen years after that, he became the U.S. attorney in that district, held that job for 12 years until he became the Attorney General of Alabama. People trusting him to take those responsibilities. And then in 1997, as I said, he came to the Senate. He'd been a senior member of the Judiciary Committee for some time now. He's worked across party lines, and he's done that in fights for justice, in fights on behalf of the victims of crime, and frankly, on more than one occasion, in fights to be sure that those accused of crimes also had their day in court. And after they had their day in court, it was Senator Sessions who was instrumental in leading the fight for the Fair Sentencing Act. Senator Sessions was very involved in the Paul Coverdale Act for Forensic Sciences to be sure that the evidence that was in court would be unassailable to every extent possible. He'd been vigorous in wanting to be sure that those accused of crimes had justice as well as those who were the victims of crime. When I came to the Senate, Senator Coons and I, a Democrat from Delaware, a good friend of mine, and thinking about him, and this week that his father has passed away. But when we came to the Senate, 6 years ago, we formed the Law Enforcement Caucus, and Senator Sessions was a great supporter of that effort. When we were able to get to reauthorize in the last Congress the Victims of Child Abuse Act, this is the law that provides federal assistance to locations in virtually every state, 22 in the state of Missouri, where kids who've been the victims of crime or the witness to crime have a place to go and get the information out of their lives that needs to get away from them so they can get on to the next thing that happens. A law that protects our most vulnerable children and designed to hold the perpetrators of crimes on those children, or those children witness, allows that to be dealt with in the right way. Senator Sessions was a great advocate for that. He's been endorsed by the major law enforcement associations of the country, as well as many of his colleagues, but the law enforcement associations that say that Jeff Sessions would be a good attorney general, or the Fraternal Order of Police, the National Sheriff's Association, the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association, the Major Cities Chiefs Association, the Major County Sheriffs Association, and the list goes on. And then you get to the victims of crime groups that have endorsed Senator Sessions. 5 former U.S. Attorney Generals and 1 former FBI director are on that list that say that Jeff Sessions would be a good person, in the case of 5 of them, to hold the job they held, and they know more about that job than any of us do. Michael McCasey, Alberto Gonzalez, John Ashcroft, Bill Barr, Ed Meese III, all along with FBI Director Louis Freeh, have endorsed Jeff Sessions for this job. There's been some discussion of his relationship with African Americans, and we've seen African Americans' endorsements from his state, but also the former Secretary of State, Condoleezza Rice, our colleague Tim Scott, who will be here later this afternoon, and I intend to be here for his remarks, Larry Thompson, the former Deputy Attorney General. These are people who know Jeff Sessions and know what he has to offer to that job. It's a job of great responsibility. Seldom will we as senators have an opportunity to confirm someone to that job or any other job that we know as well as Senator Sessions. We know his family. We know his recent addition of twin grandchildren to his family just a little over a year ago. We know how much he cares about them. We know the moments that he has reached out to each of us as we've had challenges or had things that we needed help with. I think he'll do a great job as Attorney General. That'll, I believe, happen later today. I think the country and the Attorney General's office will be in good hands late today when Jeff Sessions, undoubtedly, I hope, and I'm confident, becomes the Attorney General. And I look forward to that vote later today, and then getting on to the next nominee, Dr. Price, who I served with in the House. At any discussion that there haven't been ideas that were alternatives to the Affordable Care Act. People just haven't been paying attention to Dr. Tom Price all the time he's been in the Congress or as budget director, hadn't paid attention to him as a practicing physician. Another great nominee at a time when we really need to set a new course. We're going to see that happen in both the Attorney General's office and the Department of Health and Human HHS, and look forward to what we do as those move forward. I also look forward to what may not be the official maiden speech, but what I think will be the first speech on the floor of our new colleague, John Kennedy, and I would yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support the nomination of Jeff Sessions to be the next Attorney General of the United States of America, and I'd like to explain why. It seems to me that most Americans don't care about the politics on Capitol Hill. And they don't particularly care about the politics in the Senate. And they don't especially care about the politics in Washington, D.C. Most Americans are too busy earning a living. These are the Americans that get up every day, they go to work, they work hard, they obey the law, they try to do the right thing by their kids, they try to save a little money for retirement. Most Americans, I think, are fair-minded, and most Americans are commonsensical. They understand that when they elect a president, the president can't do the job alone. He gets help. He starts with appointing members of his cabinet. And of course, the Senate has to provide advice and consent and confirm those appointees. Most Americans understand that a president, whoever the president is not going to pick his enemies to do that. He's not going to pick somebody he doesn't trust. He's not going to pick somebody to advise him he's not qualified. He's going to pick someone he's on friendly terms with. He's going to pick somebody who's competent. He's going to pick somebody who's experienced. That's what President Trump's done. That's what President Obama did. That's what Secretary Hillary Clinton would have done had she been elected president. Now, President Trump has nominated Senator Jeff Sessions. And I recognize that not all Americans and not all members of the Senate agree with his political positions. Some folks don't agree with his political party. Some folks don't like him because they don't like the person who appointed him. I get that. Some folks may not even like the part of the country he's from. You know, that's okay. This is America. In America, you can believe anything you want to believe. And as long as you don't hurt anybody, you can say it. But it seems to me that no reasonable person, if they look at Senator Jeff Sessions' record, can argue that he is not qualified. If by qualified, you mean has the potential to be a great attorney general. This is a man who has served as a state attorney general. This is a man who was a U.S. attorney, not for 1 year or 5 years or 6 years, for 12 years he served as a U.S. attorney. This is a gentleman who's been a United States senator for 20 years. 3 terms, 3 times the good people of Alabama has sent Jeff Sessions to this body. And most people here know him. They've had lunch with him. They've met his family. They've worked with him on bills. They've worked against him on bills. They know him, and they know he's qualified. There's been a lot of discussion about whether Senator Sessions will respect the rule of law. He will. He understands the difference between making policy, as Congress does, and executing policy. And I have no doubt whatsoever that Senator Sessions, as the next Attorney General, will be more than willing to enforce laws that he might not necessarily agree with. There's been some discussion about Senator Sessions and the Bill of Rights. Senator Sessions understands the importance of personal liberty. And I listened very attentively in the Judiciary Committee. He was asked a lot of questions about our Constitution. It's clear to me that Senator Sessions understands that, you know, the Bill of Rights is not for the high school quarterback. The Bill of Rights is not there for the prom queen. The Bill of Rights is there to protect the unprotected, the man or woman in America who might want to do things a little differently. He understands that very, very clearly. At some point, Mr. President, we've all got to stop regretting yesterday, and we have to start creating tomorrow. And that's the point we're at. I unconditionally support Senator Jeff Sessions to be the next Attorney General of the state of Louisiana. And I yield. I yield. I yield my time, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I get into my speech regarding Senator Sessions, I want to talk a little bit about what occurred last night. First, there is no doubt in my mind that the letter written by Coretta Scott King could and perhaps should be read by each and every member of this chamber, regardless of if you disagree with her conclusions. Her standing in the history of our nation means her voice should be heard. What I took issue with last night, and the true violation of Rule 19, in my eyes, were the remarks shared last night originally stated by Senator Kennedy, not Coretta Scott King, Senator Kennedy. Whether you like it or not, this body has rules, and we all should govern ourselves according to the rules. Last night, there's no doubt that emotions were very high, and I'm not necessarily happy with where that has left us today. The Senate needs to function. We need to have a comedy in this body if we are to work for the American people. This should not be about Republicans and Democrats. It's not about us. It's about the American people. And if we remember that point as we move forward, our nation will be able to heal where we hurt. We'll be able to disagree without being disagreeable. This should be the norm, not a unique experience in public discourse. Before I decided to give this speech, I had the privilege last night around midnight of having to sit in that chair, Mr. President, and preside. And my good friend, Cory Booker, was making an eloquent presentation about where we are on issues of race in this nation. He was talking about the South. He was talking about the pain and the suffering, the misery. And today, as I want to share my thoughts on Jeff Sessions and how I've come to my conclusion, I thought it was important for me to not try to persuade people, but to simply inform. Because this issue is not the issue simply about our next Attorney General. This is really an issue about all of us. Not all of us as senators, but all of us as members of the American family. This is an issue that digs deep to the core of our souls, deep into the core of our nation, deep into who we can be, who we should be, and how we will get there. So my objective here, as I speak, will not be to somehow persuade the other side that your decision is wrong. I don't think that is my responsibility nor my intention. My goal isn't even to persuade those who believe that Jeff Sessions will not be a good U.S. Attorney General, that they're wrong. I simply want to share information. I want to share facts. I want to share, as Paul Harvey used to say, the rest of the story. Because if you read the news reports, you walk away with a clear picture based on facts, but not necessarily a clear picture based on truth. There has been a distortion in many arenas, in many echo chambers, about who he is and why I support him. My good friend Cory Booker last night spoke about a true American hero, John Lewis. And John Lewis is an American hero. I know that this may or may not be popular with everyone in the chamber or everyone in America on the conservative side or the liberal side, but the reality of it is simply this. He was beaten within an inch of his life so that I would have the privilege, not to stand in the chamber, but to vote, to simply vote. We should all thank God for the sacrifices of men and women so that people like myself and Cory Booker and Kamala Harris would be allowed one day not to simply vote, but to serve in the most unique, powerful, and one of the most important legislative bodies in the world today. It is the sacrifices of men and women of color who fought against injustices. We stand as a nation on the shoulders of these giants. And I know that I don't have to remind my mother or my family, but just as a reminder to those who are listening to the conversation, that when I leave the U.S. Senate one day, I'm still going to be black, an African American, black every day, black every way, and there's no doubt. This is an important part of the conversation because as I read through some of the comments of my friends on the left, you will wonder if I ever had an experience as a black person in America, and I want to get to that in just a few minutes. God, in his infinite wisdom, made me black, born in Charleston, South Carolina for a purpose. I am blessed to be who I am, and I'm equally blessed to be a Charlestonian. Our country, the South, and specifically my state has suffered through difficult and challenging times around the issue of race. My grandfather, who passed away at 94 years old last January, knew a very different South. I remember listening to him about his experiences of having to step off of the sidewalk when white folks were coming. He learned early in life, never look a white person in the eyes. He was in his 40s and the 60s. His whole life view, his paradigm, was painted with a broad brush of separation, segregation, humiliation, and challenges. It was in my home city of Charleston where the Civil War began. It was in my home city of Charleston where nearly 40% of all the slaves that came to America would come through Charleston, South Carolina. And it was a Charlestonian who came up with the concept written into our Constitution, 3/5 of a man. Charlestonian. But it was also Charlestonians who in 2010 had a choice between Strom Thurmond's son and a young, I use that word liberally, a young African-American guy named Tim Scott. And the evolution that has occurred in the South could be seen very clearly on this day in Charleston, the very first shots of the Civil War, Charleston. They gave me the privilege of representing them in Congress over the son of Strom Thurmond, over the son and the namesake of one of the most popular governors in South Carolina, Carroll Campbell Jr. I thank God that the South Carolina that I have come to know, the South that I've had the experience to enjoy, is a different South. It is a different Charleston than my grandfather knew in his 94 years. But my life has not been one of privilege or promise. As I said just a few nights ago, born in a single-parent household, living in poverty, nearly flunked out of high school. I've been called everything that you can think of from a racial perspective. Good, not too often, bad, very consistently. So I understand that there is room for progress. There is a need for us to crystallize what we're fighting about, who we're fighting for, and how we're going to get there. This is an important day and an important issue, and the U.S. Attorney General is perhaps one of the most important decisions I will make about the cabinet of President Trump. I'll tell you that for me, this has been a challenging journey, one that I have not taken lightly, because as I said earlier, I'm going to be black when I leave this body. And so when I think about some of the comments and some of the challenges for Jeff Sessions around the 1986 judicial process, around the trial of the KKK and the trial of the Turner family, to an African-American couple or defendants that he brought to court. I've heard it, and I wanted to know more about what it is we're talking about, not by reading it in the paper, but by calling folks in Alabama and understanding with new eyes who Jeff Sessions is, not the guy I serve with, but the guy who will have the most powerful position in law enforcement. I wanted to know firsthand who he was before he was nominated and how he would respond in a room filled with African-American leaders. Myself and my best friend in Congress, Trey Gowdy, have held for a very long time throughout South Carolina meetings of African-American pastors and leaders coming together with law enforcement to try to bridge the gap that is obviously broken, bridge the gap that's obviously exists between law enforcement and African-American leaders. So I brought Jeff Sessions down to see from a distance how he interacts with these African-American pastors and hear the tough questions on Walter Scott and other issues so that I can have an appreciation and an affinity for how the Justice Department under his leadership would act. I take this responsibility seriously, and I wonder if my friends in the chamber have had a chance to see what others think, not the political echo chamber, not the organizations, but run-of-the-mill people. And so I had that experience. And I'll tell you that without any question, the conclusion that I've drawn, it's a pretty clear conclusion. I'm glad that I dug into the issue. I'm glad that I took the time to know Jeff Sessions the best I can from what I've read from 1986, what I saw in my home city of Charleston with a provocative history on race. We are at a defining moment in our country, not because of the U.S. Attorney or the Attorney General, not because of the debate that we're going through in this body, but because our country is being pulled apart from extremes on both ends. This is not healthy for our country. Too often, too many, particularly on the right, are found guilty until proven innocent on issues of race, issues of fairness. I say that because as I think about some of the comments that have come into my office over the last several weeks, that I'm used to being attacked. If you sign up to be a black conservative, the chances are very high you will be attacked. It comes with the territory, and I've had it for 20 years, 2 decades. But my friends and my staff, they're not used to the level of animus that comes in from the liberal left, who suggests that I somehow am not helpful to the cause of liberal America, and therefore I am not helpful to black America, because they see those as one and the same. I brought some of the pages of chats that I have from folks actually I don't have chat, the comments that I get from Twitter about my support of Jeff Sessions. Tracy V. Johnson, Mr. Tracy J. sends in Senator Uncle Tim Scott. Everyone in South Carolina who happens to be a left-winger knows that Tim Scott is an Uncle Tom. S is documented. S is not for Scott. It is for fertilizer. S. Scott says, a white man in a black body, Tim Scott, backs Jeff Sessions for Attorney General. Of my chief of staff, until 3 weeks ago, the only African-American chief of staff in the United States Senate out of 100 is the chief of staff for a Republican. The second African-American chief of staff in the United States Senate is the chief of staff of a Republican. And yet, they say of my chief of staff, she's high yellow, an implication that she's just not black enough. I go on to read from folks who wanted to share their opinions about my endorsing Jeff Sessions. You are a disgrace to the black race. Anthony Burnham at Burnham R says, you are an Uncle Tom Scott. You're for Sessions. How does a black man turn on his own? Anthony B. at Political Art says, Senator Tim Scott is not an Uncle Tom. He doesn't have a shred of honor. He's a house Negro, like the one in Django. He also writes, I guess Anthony Burnham has been fairly active recently on my Twitter feed, I'm a complete horror. A black man who's a racist against black people, a big Uncle Tom piece of fertilizer. Think for yourselves. You are a disgrace to your race. I left out all the ones that used the N-word. Just felt like that would not be appropriate. You see, what I'm surprised by, just a smidgen, is that the liberal left that speaks and desires for all of us to be tolerant do not want to be tolerant of anyone that disagrees with where they are coming from. So the definition of tolerance isn't that all Americans experience a high level of tolerance. It's that all Americans who agree with them experiences this so-called tolerance. And I'm not saying this because it bothers me, because frankly, as I said, 2 decades of this, you don't necessarily get used to it, but you don't find yourself as offended by it all. I just wish that my friends who call themselves liberals would want tolerance for all Americans, including conservative Americans. I just wish that my liberal friends who are self-described liberal would want to be innocent until proven guilty and not guilty until proven innocent. So back to my findings on Jeff Sessions. I brought Jeff Sessions to Charleston. The pastors, and you can read it in the Post and Courier, the local newspaper, the pastor said that Jeff Sessions was warm and friendly and engaging and competent. Now, I will say that the response from the NAACP and the NAN, National Action Network, about the meeting that I had with the pastors, the African-American pastors, that it was outrageous that I would invite African-American pastors to meet with this guy, and they didn't have an invitation, though I invited 2 of their leaders. I didn't tell anyone who was coming, because I wanted folks to walk in the room and make their own decisions, come to their own conclusions. They decided not to show up. Maybe it was because a conservative invited them. I don't know why, but I wanted everyone to have a chance. And they did. It was interesting. Here are some other interesting facts that I have not seen often in the press, which I think is very important for all of us to engage into a conversation around this nation about race and justice. To only have part of the story, to me, is just a unfortunate reality that we should get used to, that I haven't gotten used to. But the reality of it is, 50 years ago in 1966, Senator Sessions, don't think he was senator at the time, campaigned against George Wallace's wife for governor. As a senator, Jeff Sessions voted in favor of a 30-year extension of the Civil Rights Act. He was one of only 17 Republicans to support the first black Attorney General, Eric Holder. He spearheaded the effort to award the Congressional Gold Medal to Rosa Parks, an Alabama native and civil rights icon. He worked, as Cory Booker, my good friend from New Jersey, said last night as I presided, that he and Jeff Sessions worked wonderfully well together in awarding the Congressional Gold Medal to the foot soldiers of the Civil Rights Movement in Selma, Alabama. And here's another part of the story that just hasn't seemed to break through the threshold of our national media on Jeff Sessions' support within the black community. I was very surprised as I started making phone calls to leaders in Alabama who were black and Democrats, what I started hearing about Jeff Sessions. Now, I'll start off with an Alabama native, Condoleezza Rice, who is not a Democrat, but who is an Alabama native. And she said, Sessions has worked hard to heal the wounds in Alabama brought on by the prejudice and injustice against the descendants of slaves. Willie Huntley, an African-American assistant U.S. attorney under Jeff Sessions, now an attorney in Alabama, Mobile, Alabama, has known Jeff Sessions for more than 30 years and said in an interview that he's never encountered racial insensitivity from Sessions in the 3 decades they've known each other. Alabama Senator and Democratic leader Quentin Ross said of Jeff Sessions, and I quote, "We've talked about things from civil rights to race relations, and I think anyone, once you gain a position like that, actually a partnership has to go aside because you represent the United States and all the people. I feel confident that Jeff Sessions will be an attorney general that will look at it from all perspectives to just do what's right for the citizens of the United States." Now that is from an African-American Democrat leader in the Alabama State Senate, Quentin Ross. From the former Obama administration Surgeon General, Regina Benjamin, "I think he'll be fine. I consider him a friend. At least he will listen as Attorney General. My hope is that he'll do what's best for all of the American people." Former Deputy Attorney General Larry Thompson says this. Larry's 71 years old. So we're not talking about folks who grew up in my new South that I talked about earlier, that still, we're working through it, but boy, we've changed. This is a 71-year-old who says of Jeff Sessions, he doesn't have a racist bone in his body. He says, "I've been an African-American man for 71 years. I think I know a racist when I see one. Jeff is far from being a racist. He is a good person, a decent person." Gerald Reynolds, former chairman of the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights. "During my discussions with Senator Sessions and his staff, it was clear the senator has a strong interest in ensuring our nation's anti-discrimination laws are vigorously enforced. Senator Sessions is a man of great character and integrity with a commitment to fairness and equal justice under the law. Just a few more. Fred Gray. Fred Gray is an iconic figure in civil rights for those of us who may not be familiar with him. Fred Gray is an African-American civil rights attorney. He represented the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. He represented Rosa Parks. He represented the Tuskegee men who were exploited in the syphilis experiment from the government. And this is what he says. This letter is from 2016. What would be more noteworthy for the state of Alabama than having an Alabamian follow in the footsteps of the late Mr. Justice Hugo Black? Previously, I have expressed appreciation for your acts herein stated. I look forward to working with you in any future capacity in which the Lord permits you to serve. That is a quote from a letter that he wrote to Jeff Sessions. We are talking about a hero of the civil rights era. We're talking about the lawyer for Martin Luther King Jr., Rosa Parks, and the Tuskegee men. We are not talking about someone who doesn't understand and appreciate the weight and the importance of civil rights in this nation. William Smith, who was hired as the first African-American Republican chief counsel to the Senate Judiciary Committee by Jeff Sessions, trendsetter. Jeff Sessions is a man who cared for me, who looked out for me, who had my best interests in mind. So anybody who says anything different simply doesn't know Jeff Sessions. One last statement, because this is an important one from my perspective. So I mentioned earlier that there was a case against a couple, the Turner couple, where Jeff Sessions was the prosecutor. And the Turners were being prosecuted for some voter rights issues. This, and interestingly enough, what you don't hear in the news, by the way, is that the case was brought by other African Americans in Alabama against an African American couple, the Turners. This is from Albert Turner Jr., the son of the two defendants in that case. While I respect the deeply held positions of other civil rights advocates who oppose Senator Sessions, I believe it is important for me to speak out with regard to Senator Sessions personally. First, let me be clear. Senator Sessions and I respectfully disagree on some issues. That won't change when he is the Attorney General of the United States. And I expect that there will be times, as it is with all politicians, when we will legitimately disagree and I will be required by my conscience to speak out. I look forward to those constructive debates if necessary. However, despite our political differences, the senator and I share certain Alabama and American values, including love of our state, its people, and our country. I have known Senator Sessions for many years, beginning with a voter fraud case in Perry County in which my parents were defendants. My differences in policy and ideology with him do not translate to personal malice. He is not a racist. As I've said before, at no time then or now has Jeff Sessions said anything derogatory about my family. He was a prosecutor at the federal level with a job to do. He was presented with evidence by a local district attorney that he relied on, and his office presented the case. That's what prosecutors do. I believe him when he says that he was simply doing his job. Jeff Sessions has also worked on civil rights cases. The KKK murderer Henry Hayes. In 1981, Jeff Sessions worked with the Department of Justice attorneys, the FBI, county investigators, and the county district attorney to solve the murder of a 19-year-old African-American Michael Donald. Sessions, U.S. Attorney's Office, prosecuted Tiger Knowles as an accomplice, obtaining a guilty plea and a life sentence in federal court. After hard investigative work, Sessions shifted the case of the KKK murderer, Henry Hayes, to the state court, where he received the death penalty, which was not available at that time at the federal level. USA versus Benny Jack Hayes, another successful case against the KKK that Jeff Sessions participated in. In Conecuh County in 1983, Jeff Sessions joined in bringing the first lawsuit in the history of the Department of Justice to stop the suppression of African American voting rights. In the United States versus Conecuh County, the DOJ Civil Rights Division, along with Jeff Sessions, sued white Conecuh County election officials, including the chair of the local Republican Party. And finally, Dallas County, 1978. The Department of Justice used Dallas County, Alabama, to replace its at-large election system and go to a single-member district so that African Americans would have a better chance to be elected. Jeff Sessions supported it, the ACLU supported it, and the DOJ's Civil Rights Division. They were successful. And finally, on the criminal justice issue that I support, according to Senator Dick Durbin, who said during the confirmation hearing that Jeff Sessions saved thousands upon thousands of years of black men's lives because of his push to reduce the disparity between crack and powder cocaine from 100 to 1 to where it is today. Jeff Sessions even fought against the Bush administration to bring that disparity down. In conclusion, as I reflect on the brave men and women who have shaped this country, who have fought for my freedom, for me to participate fully in this republic, the greatest experiment of self-governing the world has ever known, we have an obligation to judge a man not by the color of his skin, nor by the state of his birth, but by the story his life tells and by the content of his character. Jeff Sessions has earned my support, and I will hold him accountable if and when we disagree moving forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The senator from Colorado.
Oh, I see the majority leader has stood, so I'll suspend until he's finished. Thank you, Mr.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
I just wanted to congratulate the senator from South Carolina for a very, very meaningful and effective presentation on behalf of our colleague, Senator Jeff Sessions.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, would congratulate my colleague from South Carolina on his remarks. We don't share the same view on this, but he is an important voice here in the Senate, and I'm glad that he's on the Education Committee in the Senate. In fact, the other day I said that I wish that the President had the sense to appoint him Education Secretary. I think the kids that I used to work for in the Denver Public Schools would have been very, very well served by him. Mr. President, the President, of course, is entitled to choose his team. That's partly what elections about. The Attorney General, more than any other cabinet official, must be the people's lawyer, an advocate for the rule of law above all else. My office has received nearly 23,000 calls and emails opposing this nomination. Many of them I cannot read today on the floor for fear of violating the Senate rules. But it's clear from these comments that young Coloradans who came to the United States and know no other country but this country, who arrived here illegally but through no fault of their own, fear they will be deported back to a country they don't know. It's clear to me from the comments that I've received in these letters that Coloradans in the LGBTQ community fear that an Attorney General Sessions would turn a blind eye toward discrimination. It's clear from these comments, Mr. President, that Senator Sessions has not earned the confidence of many Coloradans who may soon rely on him to protect their rights and to identify abuses of constitutional power. And Coloradans, many of whom I know, who fought for equality and justice during the civil rights movement, fear that we will turn back much of the progress that we have made. We have a disagreement about Senator Sessions' role before he came to the Senate, but the fundamental reason I object to his nomination as Attorney General is that he led the fight in 2013 against our bipartisan effort to reform the broken immigration system in the United States. And I sat here on this Senate floor night after night after night, listening to the senator use fear and inaccuracies to derail our best chance in years to fix this broken immigration system. Now, in time, I've come to understand that people come to this floor and they're not always accurate in what they say. Sometimes they don't mean to be accurate. Sometimes they're just mistaken. That was the first time I had ever heard that kind of relentlessness, saying things that just weren't right. I'm being careful with my language. Because of last night's ruling, he claimed that our bill, which, and by the way, that bill, unlike almost anything that has happened in this place in the 8 years that I've been here, that bill started out as a bipartisan effort, 4 Democrats and 4 Republicans working together for 7 or 8 months in a room trying to solve each other's issues. There's a lot about the Senate today that the American people should not and cannot be proud of. And I'll come to that in a minute. But the work of the Gang of Eight I would have been happy for people to have seen what happened behind closed doors in those 7 months. It's how the Senate ought to operate. It went to the Judiciary Committee, where Democrats and Republicans together amended the legislation. They made it better. And then it came to the floor of the Senate, and we had more amendments, and it passed with 68 votes. It still hasn't passed the House. It's never even gotten a vote on the House floor. Senator Sessions claimed during that debate that our bill would have, quote, dramatically increased incidents of criminal alien violence, officially legalizing dangerous offenders while handcuffing immigration officers from doing their jobs. He claimed it would have legalized, quote, thousands of dangerous criminals while making it more difficult for our officers to identify public safety and national security threats. Senator Sessions claimed our bill would lead, quote, to a huge increase in immigration, invite a flood of immigrants into our nation who would steal jobs from, quote, struggling American workers. These claims are demonstrably untrue. If our bill had become law, we would have secured our borders, we would have bolstered internal security, we would have better protected American workers and strengthened our economy. Contrary to his characterization of what was in that bill, the 2013 bill provided far greater security than President Trump's plan. The first two words in the title of that bill were border security. It's been completely ignored by the critics. It's been completely ignored by people who want to make an issue out of this in national campaigns. But the reality is, it provided billions of dollars toward new technologies to monitor the border. It called for the building of a 700-mile fence. And by the way, none of the rest of it would come to pass until we took care of the border. Nearly 20,000 new Border Patrol agents, 4 times more than ordered by President Trump and double the current number, and paid for not by raising taxes on the American people at our border with Mexico, not paid for in a way that would destroy our trading relationship with Mexico, but paid for by fees that people were paying as they were becoming lawful in the United States of America. It had protections in that bill for American workers to ensure that employers hired American labor first. I know he objected to this, and I understand we had a difference of opinion, but the bill included a tough but fair path to citizenship, requiring people to go through background checks as part of a long path to citizenship. During the presidential campaign, Senator Sessions advised President-elect, now President Trump, on immigration policy. In fact, my understanding is that the president's immigration executive orders, including the one that's being challenged in court, mirror Senator Sessions' positions. And these positions are antithetical to our history, to our values, to who we are as a country. Last Friday, Mr. President, the highlight of my year, I got on a plane and I left Washington. That was pretty good in and of itself, to go home to Colorado. And I went on Friday to Dunn Elementary School in Fort Collins, Colorado, where Kara Roth's 5th grade class welcomed 26 new Americans from 13 countries to the United States. It's an international baccalaureate program, this elementary school. And we were in the gymnasium. 5th graders were there. This is an annual event. The 5th graders were there singing. There was a young girl who had won an essay contest on what it meant to be in America. Kids came in wearing their Boy Scout uniforms to post the colors. They were the color guard, the American flag and the flag of Colorado. And no politician would have had to tell anybody in that room, oh, the 4th graders were there. The 4th graders were there watching what they would be doing next year as 5th graders. There was no need for a politician to tell anybody in that room that America is an exceptional country. No politician needed to say that to the 5th graders in Mrs. Roth's class who are studying the Constitution, studying immigration. And you certainly didn't need to tell that to the immigrants from all over the world. And by the way, they were from all over the world. I think I mentioned it. They were from 13 different countries. And one of the great parts of this whole ceremony was when they asked people to stand up from the country from which they came, the 5th graders also stood up if they were from that country. There were kids from China that were standing up. There were kids from Mexico standing up in this 5th grade class. Incredibly, 3 kids from Libya whose parents are at the university in some capacity in Fort Collins. As always in these naturalization ceremonies, people had tears in their eyes because, as one of them once said to me at another time in Colorado, that his dream had come true the minute he became a citizen of the United States, because he knew that his children would be citizens of the United States of America. And everybody in that room knew that. I think what's important for us is that those kids, those 5th graders' perspective on American government and on democracy and on the history of this republic, their perspective, I think, probably may not be quite exactly right, because they, thank goodness, have been untarnished by special interests and untarnished by campaign money and partisan fighting. It's supposed to be what we're doing here. And it's the reason why I'm objecting to this nomination, but more than that, I feel compelled to talk a little bit about President Trump's attacks on the judiciary and on the free press over the last several weeks since he's been sworn into office, since he's taken the oath of office to be President of the United States. He's repeatedly undermined the credibility of federal judges doing their constitutional duty to uphold the rule of law simply because he disagrees with them. The vice president said the other day, oh, there's a tradition in America of one branch of government criticizing another branch of government. There is no tradition I'm aware of a president meddling in an ongoing case in an Article III court. Just today, he called our courts political. It's about the most damaging thing you could say about our independent judiciary. And he said that last night's federal appellate hearing was disgraceful. A decision hasn't even been rendered in the case. And he is saying it's disgraceful. Earlier this week, he accused what he called dishonest American journalists of, his word, ignoring terrorist attacks in the name of some unnamed hidden agenda. It's the Denver Post editorial, and I say to my colleagues who are here, I'm coming to the end, but I sat through the last speech at some length and want to make sure I get on the record. So please, through the chair, I beg the indulgence of my colleagues for a few more minutes. But as the Denver Post editorialized yesterday, quote, and by the way, stating the obvious horrible truth here, the Denver Post, in an editorial I'd like to submit for the record, Mr. President.
Without objection.
Thanks. They wrote yesterday, quote, American journalists have been killed reporting on terrorists. They have been beheaded. To suggest that some kind of shared bias exists throughout American newsrooms so strong that it compels journalists to hide truth and thereby endanger the public is as dangerous as it is demonstrably untrue. That's right. It is dangerous. It's dangerous for the leader of the free world to be saying that journalists are crooks, that the facts they're publishing in newspapers and online are untrue when they're true. It's dangerous when we are engaged in an experiment of self-government that goes back 230 years to the founding of this country to refute things that are absolutely true as false, and to claim that the reason they're being raised is because people lack integrity, that journalism's all about false news. The White House put out a list of I think it was in the 70s, of terrorist attacks they claimed had never been reported. And newspaper after newspaper after newspaper had to run lists of the events that the White House described as unreported, and then had links to the stories in their own newspapers and other newspapers that had reported on terrorism. And as the Denver Post noted, and it is worth remembering this, there are journalists who have lost their lives trying to cover this story, to have us better understand what's happening in the Middle East, what the threat of terror looks like, and have been beheaded on television because they took that risk. With respect to the judges, for years it's been so painful around here to get anybody confirmed that I just see these folks who are lawyers who have to put their law practice on hold for something that should be the greatest reflection of achievement of their life, being appointed to a district court, a federal district court in this country, and who wait and wait and wait because of the unconscious or unconscionable delay and disputes and partisan bickering that happens here, instead of getting people on the court to do the job that they need to do. And now we're going to be in the business of accusing judges and the judiciary of being crooked, of not following the law, of just playing politics. And I think it's really important for us, not just Democrats, but also Republicans. And I know my colleague is here from Florida, and I want to say in this body how much I appreciated his comments last night. He may not appreciate that I'm saying that, but I appreciate his comments, because a lot of what he said I completely agree with. And I think in the end, while I know it's become fashionable to tear down rather than work to improve the democratic institutions that generations of Americans have built. By the way, this place didn't get here by accident. It's not a fluke. The founding fathers would be shocked to know this republic still exists. They'd be proud. I think they'd be proud of the progress that we've made, but they'd be shocked at the time that they were compromising, Mr. President, with one another, slave owners and abolitionists, compromising to create this republic that never had existed in an expanse as big as the 13 colonies geographically, or with as many people in the 13 colonies geographically. For them to see this 230 years later, from coast to coast, 330 million people, the strongest military on the planet, the strongest economy on the planet, a place where people want to come, just as my mother and her parents came, to build opportunity for the next generation. That's incredibly special in the history of humankind. And we need to treat it, as my colleague from Florida was saying last night, I think, with a little more care. I'm not just talking about the Senate. I'm talking about our responsibility to provide oversight for this administration. Talking about the importance for us to set an example for the children that I saw last Friday at the naturalization ceremony, just as they're setting an example for us. None of us is going to be here forever. And we have a lot of work to do. There are a lot of people here and around the world who are counting on us to pull ourselves together and start making this place work. And I'll just finish by saying that I think in this world of social media, it's also critically important for us to remember the importance of edited content and the work that journalists do. There's not a class of school kids that I don't impose at least that thought on. And they think about the research they're doing for their papers and the work that we need to do as senators. So I thank my colleagues for their indulgence. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this floor. It is a great privilege to be here, but it's a privilege we need to exercise in a way that actually reflects the values of this country and the expectations that the American people have for us to address their priorities. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The senator from Florida.
Mr. President, thank you. First, I indeed do appreciate the words of my colleague from Colorado, and I thank him for them. And that's a topic that I think deserves more discussion on the floor of the Senate. One of the things that always gives me extraordinary pride to be an American and to be a member of the Senate is the realization, as I sat here today and listened to my colleague from South Carolina, Senator Scott, that neither my ancestors nor his were participants in terms of structuring this republic, and yet today this republic is so grand that it has plenty of room for people like me and him and so many others to participate, including here as one of only 100 Americans who are entrusted with the responsibility of representing our state and also upholding our Constitution in this body. And the senator from Colorado is also right in talking about the role of the Senate, not just in terms of passing laws, but in conducting oversight, irrespective of who occupies the White House. And it's a difficult thing to do these days because everything in American politics is covered through the lens of politics and of elections. Almost immediately, whatever I say here on the floor today will be analyzed through the lens and the construct of elections past and elections future, and what is he trying to achieve, or what are any of us trying to achieve politically, and there's a place for that. We're not, I think, foolish enough to believe that there's no politics in politics. But there's also something that's incredibly important, and that is the Constitution that every single one of us is sworn to uphold. A pledge I, again, took recently on these very steps, just a few feet away from where I stand here now, just a few weeks ago. And part of that is, in fact, to oversee the foreign policy conduct of the United States. And as many of us are aware, there has been recent discussion in some circles, including in my party, about a desire to achieve a better relationship with Vladimir Putin and with Russia. And I, by the way, share that goal. I think it would be good for the world if the United States and Russia had a better relationship, and in particular with the Russian people, with whom we have no quarrel. But I also think we have a responsibility to understand what the obstacles are to better relations. And it is in that context that I come to the floor of the Senate today, because I've had a lot of people ask me over the last week, in fact, over the last few months, why is it that you have such views about our relationships with Russia and the way forward? And so I wanted to take a moment to discuss that in the broader context of everything else that's happening here now, even as we work through these nominations. The world continues to turn, and events around the world continue to have an impact on us here. Let me begin by saying this, and I don't think this is a fact that can be disputed. Vladimir Putin today has amassed more power in Moscow, in Russia, than any leader in Russia in about 60 years, if not longer. Now, he used to maintain that power through a pretty straightforward deal that he had with both elites and the broader society. And here's the deal he used to have with them. The deal is, I will help you, especially the elites, make a lot of money and become very wealthy. And I will help society at large by helping to grow our economy. In return, however, I need complete power and complete control of the government. And that was basically the arrangement he had up until just a few years ago, when a combination of falling oil prices and economic decline forced him into a different direction. The new model that Vladimir Putin is now pursuing in Russia is one in which he is basically trying to gin up and rally public support. And he's largely doing it through a foreign policy which is aggressive and which is designed to create an impression among the Russian people that Russia has now been restored to great power status, a status equal or on par with that of the United States. And so the first thing we have to understand is much of what Vladimir Putin does is not in pursuit of an ideology like the Soviet Union did. It is, in fact, about domestic politics in Russia and about needing the Russian people to believe that he and his strength is essential to what Russia has. So much of it is about that. What are the prongs of the strategy? The first is he has sought to make their military modern and strong. And you see evidence of that in the fact that while Russia is going through crippling budget cuts as a result of a downturn in the global economy, oil prices falling, and sanctions against the Putin government, they're increasing defense spending. They're modernizing. They're adding capabilities. They are, for the first time, although in a limited way, beginning to conduct naval exercises and projection of power in places they hadn't been in 25 years or longer. The second is a crackdown in internal dissent. And for that, I think the evidence is overwhelming. I know we have all heard recently about the case of Vladimir Kara-Murza, who is a Russian political opposition leader. He's a vocal critic of Vladimir Putin. He works at something called the Open Russia Foundation, an organization of activists who call for open elections, a free press, and civil rights reforms in Russia. This is an interesting thing to talk about because there's been a lot of discussion on this floor a moment ago about the press. There's been a lot of discussion about elections, of course, over the last year and longer, and there's been a lot of discussion about civil rights. Well, just think about this. This is what the Open Russia Foundation works for on behalf of in Russia. Now, in America, when you believe that civil rights are being violated at this moment in our history, or you think the election system isn't working the way it should, or you're defending the press, as my colleagues have done here today, and the right of a free press, you have a bad blog post written about you. Someone may run against you for office. Cable commentators will say nasty things about you from the other side. Maybe somebody will stand up on the floor and criticize you for this or that. Let me tell you what happens when you do that in Russia. They poison you. Kara-Murza is believed to have been poisoned back in February of 2017 after he experienced organ failure, and he's currently in the hospital. So just this month. This comes just 2 years after another suspected poisoning nearly killed him in May of 2015. And I want to take a moment to urge the administration to do everything in their power to ensure that he's receiving the medical care he needs and to help determine who was behind the latest apparent attempt to harm him. If this was an isolated case, you would say, well, maybe something else happened. There is an incredible number of critics of Vladimir Putin that wind up poisoned, dead, shot in the head in their hotel room, found in the street, and other things. In other instances, just today, we have this article from the Wall Street Journal that someone was thinking about running against Vladimir Putin. Alexei Navalny was thinking about running for president. So what happens in America when you think somebody thinks you're going to run for president? They do an opposition research file, they plant negative stories about you, they start bad-mouthing you on cable news. Unpleasant, no doubt. He was found guilty by a kangaroo court of corruption, which of course, according to Russian law, blocks him from running in next year's presidential election. So again, if this was an isolated case, you would say, well, maybe this guy did something wrong. The problem is just about anyone who's either thinking about running for office or challenging Putin winds up poisoned, dead, in jail, or charged and convicted of a crime. So the second thing he's done is he's just completely cracked down on all internal dissent. There is no free press in Russia. And I would venture to guess that if I controlled 80 to 90% of the press reported about me, I'd probably have approval ratings in the 80s and 90s as well. It's a pretty good deal for the leader, but not for the people. The third thing that is part of this effort is they're just basically doing everything they can, Vladimir Putin, to undermine the international order if it's built on democracy and respect for human rights. And I think the example of that is in various places. Look at what's happened in Syria. Vladimir Putin gets involved in Syria, not because he cares about humanitarian crisis, because in fact Russian forces have conducted airstrikes in civilian areas. We've seen the images. It's undeniable that it happened. It is, by every definition of the word, a war crime to target civilians with military weaponry. That's what's happened in Syria. But for Vladimir Putin, it's been successful because his engagement basically changed the dynamic of the entire conflict. He now has positioned himself in the eyes of the Russian people and many people around the world as a power broker in the Middle East, in fact, as an alternative to the United States in that region. This is part of his strategy. It wasn't about Syria as much as it was about his goal of being able to go to the Russian people and say, we matter again on the global stage. Ukraine. In Ukraine, there was talk about moving towards the European Union in terms of economic relations. There was talk about joining NATO. And then he invaded Crimea, and he kept it. And he's funded separatist forces in East Ukraine. And now there's no more talk of NATO, and there's no more talk of unifying the economy with Europe, and they kept Crimea. And just the last few days, we're starting to read posts, open press reports of mobilization and unusual activity among Eastern Ukrainian separatists backed, supported, trained, equipped by the Russians. And we fear that new fighting could be imminent at any moment once again. And then we've all heard the discussions about the elections in the United States and the efforts of other governments to not just hack computers, not about hacking alone. It's about the strategic placing of information gathered through cyber intrusion for the purposes of undermining political candidates and therefore influencing the election. There was something deeper here. It was part of a broader effort to discredit our republic and our democracy, to be able to go back to the Russian people and to the broader world and say the American political system is corrupt, the American political system is not a true democracy, the American political system is as bad as all these other systems in the world that they criticize. They do not come to this with clean hands. And I often wonder sometimes if we contribute to that argument in the way we behave towards one another in our political discourse in this country. And that's something to think about in the long term, because I hope people understand that as we engage in these political debates in this country, these things are being viewed around the world. And for people who may not have a clear perspective, or if this information is being used negatively, and by no means am I saying that we should not have vibrant debate in this country, we should. But I also want people to understand that that oftentimes gives off the perception that, in fact, our republic is on the verge of collapse. We are at challenging times, and we have some strong disagreements, and oftentimes they become heated. I know for a fact that there isn't a single member of this body prepared to walk away from the Constitution or the liberties that it protects and enshrined therein. By the way, I don't believe Vladimir Putin is done in this effort. I think you're now going to see him continue to interfere in Yemen. He can use that as leverage against the Gulf kingdoms, against the Saudis. I think you're going to see him continue to engage in Egypt. He'll go to the Egyptians and say, the Americans are always hassling you about human rights. Why don't you just buy your weapons from us? Why don't you give us a military base? We're never going to give you grief about human rights. We're a much easier, low-maintenance partner. And I wouldn't even be surprised to see him start dabbling in Afghanistan with the Taliban, in some capacity anyway, and couch it in terms of fighting ISIS. We'll see. My point is, it's not done. So I bring all that up in the context of this suggestion among some. And I think it's important to talk about it, because I don't think we should dismiss viewpoints. There are some, including in the administration, who believe that maybe we can do a deal with Vladimir Putin where he helps us fight against ISIS, and in return, we lift sanctions. And the argument that I have people ask me, why wouldn't we want better relations with Vladimir Putin and enlist them in the fight against ISIS? And so I come here today in the context of everything I've laid out to tell you why I think that is unrealistic and deeply problematic. Here's number one. Number one is, why do we have to do a deal with Vladimir Putin to fight ISIS? He already claims that he is. In fact, that's the way he describes their operations in Syria, as an anti-terror operation. There is no more dangerous terrorist group in the world today than ISIS. There's certainly no more dangerous and capable terrorist group in Syria today than ISIS. Isn't that what he's already doing? Why would we then have to cut a deal to encourage him to do what he claims to already be doing? There's only two reasons. Either number one, we think he should do more, which in and of itself tells you that he's not doing it, or number two, because he's not doing it now. Here's the second problem. This argument that as part of this whole effort with Russia, one of the things we would be able to achieve is to break them from the Iranians, to create some sort of split between the Russians and the Iranians. I saw an article the other day talking about that as part of this endeavor. My argument to you is we don't really need to do that. It's going to happen on its own. Because say what you want, but as soon as these conflicts, as soon as ISIS is destroyed in Syria and Iraq or in both, the Iranians are going to immediately not just push to drive the Americans out of the region, but drive the Russians as well. The Iranians are not interested in replacing American influence in the region with Russian influence. They want to be the hegemonic power in the region. And so this argument that we somehow could peel them apart, my friends, that's going to happen all on its own. If we abandon there tomorrow, the Iranians would immediately turn to driving the Russians out as well, because they want to be the hegemonic power. They have long desired to be the hegemonic power in the region. And that is going to put them in conflict with the Russians sooner rather than later, at some point here, at least to some level. The third thing I think we have to understand is there is absolutely no pressure, no political rationale why Vladimir Putin needs a better relation with the United States at this time, at least not politically. He's not going to lose an election because if you run against him, you go to jail. He controls the press. He controls the political discourse in the country. So when you are not it's one of the reasons why we should always be advocates for democracy, because democratic leaders act much more responsibly because they have to answer to their people. But in essence, that's not what you have in Russia. There is really no reason or rationale why he would be pressured to have a better relationship with us. Do the Russian people want a better relationship with America? I have no doubt about that. I have no doubt about that. But I want you to understand that everything they learn about our relationship with them is largely derived through the Russian press. And if you have never had the pleasure of watching, for example, the RT network on television, and you are interested in comedy and satire, I encourage you to tune into that station from time to time so you can see an alternative representation of events which would startle you and perhaps make you laugh. Well, this is, unfortunately, the sort of media information that filters to the Russian people that Vladimir Putin and the Kremlin completely control. But here's the fourth and perhaps the most important reason why I think that this endeavor is unrealistic and perhaps even counterproductive. The price we would have to pay is simply too high in return for the alleged benefit that would come about. Number one, the Russian Federation under Vladimir Putin has basically violated every agreement that they have made now and in the past. They're violating the ceasefire. They violated all sorts of arrangements with regards to arms reductions. And they'll continue to do that in any deal that anyone cuts with him. The second is, one of the first things he's going to ask for is the lifting of all sanctions for both Ukraine and for interference in our elections, in return for no changes to the status in Ukraine and no promise of not undertaking efforts like what happened here in the future. The third thing they're going to demand is recognition of a Russian sphere of influence in Eastern Europe, especially in places that are now countries but were once part of the Soviet Union. In essence, a United States acceptance, officially or otherwise, that there are countries in the world who are not allowed to enter into economic or military engagements with the United States unless Russia allows it. You think about that. They are basically going to ask us to play some sort of game of geopolitical chess where we basically turn over the sovereignty and the future of other nations and basically say to them, look, there are these countries in the world and we're not going to try to do anything with them, economic, political, cultural, socially, or militarily, unless you give us permission to do so. This would be a requirement. It is one of the things he insists upon. And he would also, by the way, require, I think, the United States to support pulling back NATO troops and equipment and personnel and operations from nations in Europe, which would be devastating to the NATO alliance, which is one of his other goals, is to render NATO feckless and irrelevant. I just don't think that that is a price worth paying in exchange for alleged cooperation against ISIS that he claims to already be conducting, and in exchange for basically sending a message to the world that America's your ally unless there's a better deal in it with us, with someone else. That would be devastating. So what do I think we should do? And what I hope the Senate will do, if in fact there is an effort now or at any time in the future by anyone to change or conduct a deal of this magnitude. I think the first thing we need to do is be committed to the principle that these sanctions that are in place should remain in place until the conditions in those sanctions are met, until the sovereignty of Ukraine is respected, until these efforts to undermine democracy and spread misinformation are fully accounted for. The second is I think it's important for us to reaffirm our commitment to NATO. And that includes in the building up of defenses and exercises that we continue to do that firmly, not just with our NATO allies, but with any nation who seeks cooperation with us. The third is the careful but strategic engagement in the Middle East. To the Iraqis, make very clear that the United States will continue to be their partner after ISIS falls, that we want Iraq to be prosperous and free and that we believe it's better for the world and that we're prepared to help them achieve that. To the Egyptians, we will continue to press them on human rights, and we should. But we should also be willing at the same time, and by the way, with the argument that respecting human rights is actually good for Egypt, that in the long term, these conditions that exist will lead to constant threats to their government. But we can do that while at the same time continuing to partner with them on military sales. I think they would welcome a conversation about trade and potentially a bilateral trade agreement with them, about opening up avenues for business investment and so forth. The fourth is to point out that if they're not going after ISIS, then what exactly are they doing now? It's important for us to point that to the world. That, again, I've made this point numerous times. I want to make it once again. This idea that we're going to get them to cooperate much more against ISIS basically implies they're not doing it now. But they claim that that's why they're in Syria to begin with. And finally, I think it's important for us to try to communicate directly with the Russian people to the extent possible. Now, it's hard to do, because the the government under Putin also controls the internet with all sorts of filters and the like. But I think it's important for us to say that our quarrel is not with the Russian people. That for many years, up until this unfortunate turn of events over the last decade, the links between the United States and the Russian people grew strong, and those links remain. I know in my home state of Florida, there are a significant number of Russians who live in Florida part-time and so forth. I hope that will continue. Our quarrel is not with the Russian people, and that we desire for Russia to be powerful and influential in the world, that we want Russia to be prosperous, that there is no benefit to us, that this country does not view this as a zero-sum game, that we do not believe that in order for America to be influential, Russia must be less influential. Our quarrel is not with Russia. Our quarrel is unfortunately with a leader who does view it as a zero-sum game, as a leader who has come to believe in Vladimir Putin that the only way Russia can be more important is for America to be less important. A leader who has chosen to try to undermine an international order based on democracy and free enterprise and human rights that has kept the world out of a third world war. And I think it's important for us to do that. And I think that's important, why we need to at least be prepared in this body, if necessary, to move forward with legislation that doesn't just codify existing sanctions, but that, quite frankly, prevents the lifting of those sanctions unless the conditions in those sanctions are met. This is our job. It is true that presidents and administrations have an obligation, a duty, and a right to set the foreign policy of the United States. There is no doubt about it. And I think that is true no matter who the president. But it would be a mistake, and in my opinion, a dereliction of duty for the Senate and the Congress to not recognize that we too have a duty to shape the foreign policy of the United States, and the power to declare war, in the budgets that we pass, in the laws and conditions that we put in place, in our ability to override vetoes when necessary, even in the process of nominating individuals to serve in the United States government and the executive branch. We not only have the power, we have the obligation to shape and mold and direct the foreign policy of this nation. And if we don't, then we are not living up to the oath that we took when we entered this body. And that it's not a political thing. This is not about embarrassing anyone. This is not about a partisan issue. It should never be. In fact, one of the traditions that has existed in this nation for a long time is that foreign policy, when it came to issues that impacted the national security of the United States, there was always an effort made to ensure that it was as bipartisan or nonpartisan as possible. Because when America gets in trouble on national security, there is no way to isolate ourselves on a partisan basis. And it is my hope that even as we debate all these other issues, that we continue to keep these issues in mind, because it is critical to the future of our nation. It is critical to our standing in the world, and ultimately it is vital and critical to the kind of world and nation that we will leave to our children and grandchildren in the years and in the decades to come. And I, for one, in the midst of all of this debate about a bunch of issues that divide us, will continue to work to ensure that this is one that unites us and allows us to live up to our constitutional obligation to participate fully in shaping and directing the foreign policy of this great nation. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President, I rise to oppose the nomination of Senator Jeff Sessions to be Attorney General. And I've thought very, very carefully about this matter and about what it means to oppose a colleague. We had an unusual night last night where one of our members was ordered to stop speaking as she explained her opposition to the nomination. Comments that would have been allowed regarding any other cabinet nominee were ruled unacceptable because this nominee also sits in this body. I voted to overturn that ruling and restore my colleague's speaking privileges because I was of the opinion that the constitutional duty to advise and consent on nominations should allow full debate. But whatever my opinions about the ruling, I do have to acknowledge that standing on the floor to speak in opposition to a colleague is not an everyday occurrence. We do disagree every day, all of us, even within our own caucuses on matters of policy, but there's something more personal about taking the floor to take a position regarding a sitting senator who's been nominated for a Senate confirmable position. I know Senator Sessions well. We serve together on the Armed Services Committee. We attend a weekly Senate prayer breakfast together. We've taken Codell trips together. I consider Senator Sessions a friend, and I respect that he has been repeatedly sent to this body by the voters of his state. But while we can and should be friends, strive to be friends in this chamber, we're not ultimately here about friendship. We're here to do people's business. And significant differences in our opinions and convictions are not to be papered over, even when we find ourselves in different positions than our friends. Some members in this body ran for president, and I did not support them, even though they were my friends. And some people in this chamber did not support me to be vice president, even though we're friends. There's nothing unusual about that. We all understand it. We must treat each other with respect and civility, but we are still called to, in the words of Lincoln, be firm in the right as God gives us to see what is right. And so based upon how I see the right and on my convictions, I cannot support my colleague for the position because I do not have confidence in his ability to be a champion for civil rights, to wisely advise the administration on matters involving immigration, and to be resolute as the nation's chief law enforcement official that torture is contrary to American values. Mr. President, this one matters to me a lot. This appointment is very critical. The Attorney General is one of the 4 cabinet appointees that are not allowed to be engaged in political activity: Secretary of Treasury, Attorney General, Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense. They are beyond politics and supposed to be above politics. They must have an independent gravitas and even be willing to challenge the president. The mission of the Department of Justice could not be more important. For 17 years before I got into state politics, I was a civil rights lawyer. I read a book, Simple Justice, when I was in law school about the lawyers that battled to end segregated education in the country. And even though I really didn't know any lawyers, and certainly didn't know any civil rights lawyers, and was living in kind of an Irish Catholic neighborhood in the suburbs of Kansas City, I decided I want to devote my life to this. And so I moved to Virginia in 1984 and started practicing civil rights law, and I did for 17 years. I'll always remember, Mr. President, and I bet you will too, my first client, the first case that I had that was really mine, a young woman who walked into my office and told me she'd been turned away from an apartment and she thought it was because of the color of her skin. I was able to prove that was the case, and so we were able to win. But what I remember about Lorraine was how it made her feel. She was my age. She had just finished school. She was looking for an apartment, her first apartment away from home, just like I had done. But while my experience, getting a job, finding an apartment, getting out on my own had been a positive, her experience had been a negative. And she was going to have that feeling and carry it with her every time she looked for a house for the rest of her life. Am I going to be treated differently because of the color of my skin? What had been a happy occasion for me as a young man venturing into the world had been a sad one and a difficult one for her. That started 17 years of fighting in state and federal courthouses for people who had been turned away from housing or fired or slandered or otherwise treated poorly, either because of their race or their disability or because of their advocacy about important public policy issues. The civil rights laws of this country protect the liberty of minorities of all kinds who otherwise could be tyrannized by the majority view in their community. The promise of equal justice under law is sacrosanct and fundamental. And in this battle, Mr. President, the Attorney General is the guardian of liberty, or in a wise biblical phrase, the watcher on the wall. Judges sit in their courts and they wait for cases to come to them. But an Attorney General is charged with going out and finding wrongdoing and making sure it's stopped. None of the advances that our country has made in the civil rights field have happened without a supportive Department of Justice and Attorney General. And those of us out in the field, lawyers who are taking cases, but especially the clients who simply seek equal justice under law, they have to view the Attorney General as their champion. Mr. President, in 1963, a married couple in Northeast D.C. sat down at their kitchen table, not far from here, and they wrote a letter to a lawyer in town, and I want to read the letter to you. Dear Sir, I am writing to you concerning a problem we have. 5 years ago, my husband and I were married here in the district. We then returned to Virginia to live. My husband is white. I am part Negro and part Indian. At the time, we did not know that there was a law in Virginia against mixed marriages. Therefore, we were jailed and tried in a little town of Bowling Green. We were to leave the state to make our home. The problem is we're not allowed to visit our families. The judge said if we enter the state within the next 30 years that we will have to spend 1 year in jail. We know we can't live there, but we would like to go back once in a while to visit our families and friends. We have 3 children and can't afford an attorney. We wrote the Attorney General, and he suggested that we get in touch with you for advice. Please help us if you can. Hope to hear from you real soon. Yours truly, Mr. and Mrs. Richard Loving. That attorney, Bernie Cohen, became a friend of mine, and his partner, Phil Hirschkopf, and Bernie took the case of this married couple all the way to the Supreme Court, and 50 years ago, the Supreme Court struck down interracial marriage in this country. But, Mr. President, the case started with a couple who, having nowhere else to turn, thought if we write the Attorney General, surely he will be a champion for us and he will help us redress this horrible wrong. That's who the Attorney General needs to be. The powerful never have a hard time finding somebody to represent them in court, but the poor or oppressed or those who don't have anybody else to stand up for them, they need a justice system that will treat them fairly, and they need an Attorney General that will embody that value. 3 areas: civil rights, immigration, and torture. In the area of civil rights, Senator Sessions' record here as a senator has been troubling to me. In the past, when he was considered for a judicial position, he declared that the voting rights laws were, quote, intrusive. He welcomed the, quote, good news when the Supreme Court in the last few years struck down in the Shelby County case parts of the Voting Rights Act. And he has not engaged in efforts that many of us have tried to engage in to improve and fix the law. This is an important issue to know about an Attorney General whose department is supposed to be the chief enforcer of the nation's voting rights laws. Voting rights are under attack all over this country. The Attorney General must be a champion of those laws. Senator Sessions has opposed protections for LGBT citizens in this body. He voted against the elimination of Don't Ask, Don't Tell. He voted against the passage of the Matthew Shepard hate crimes bill. And he has publicly stated on numerous times his opposition to marriage equality. And as far as I know, he has never stated otherwise that he has changed these opinions. The senator spoke on the Senate floor about Individuals with Disabilities Education Act in 2000. And he said that this beneficial law was, quote, a big factor in accelerating the decline in civility and discipline in classrooms all over this country. This is very troubling to me as someone who believes that that act is one of the nation's preeminent civil rights laws. There are other examples, but I won't belabor the point. The Loving family wrote to Attorney General Robert Kennedy to help them battle injustice because he believed that he would protect their important civil rights values at stake. I am not confident that people hard-pressed in this country who feel marginalized will see the office as a potential ally and champion under Senator Sessions. And this is particularly the case when we have a president who has been successfully sued in the past for civil rights violations and who makes prejudicial comments about people based on their gender, their religion, their immigrant status, or their disability. Second, immigration. Our immigration policies are critical. We need to fix our laws. In my time in the Senate, Senator Sessions has been the most vocal senator in opposition to what I believe are reasonable and necessary reforms. His floor comments and his obvious personal passion around this issue are clear, but I think his policies are simply wrong. Immigration doesn't hurt our economy, it helps it. Jefferson recognized this in the Declaration of Independence. In his Bill of Particulars against King George, he said, "We do not want to live under your tyranny. You won't let us have a good immigration system." Jefferson recognized it, and all through the years, the inflow of talent, the blood of innovation and talent and new ideas from immigrants has been part of what has made our country great. And that's why there's such a consensus in favor of immigration reform from the labor unions and the chambers of commerce. The CBO says it will increase our net worth and GDP. Immigration doesn't hurt our workers, as Senator Sessions often claims it does. A reform would help our workers by eliminating the ability of people to live and work in the shadows and be paid substandard wages that undercut the wages of others. Senator Sessions' views on immigration even extends to a critical program like the Special Immigrant Visa Program that grants special protection to foreign citizens, especially those from Afghanistan and Iraq, who have helped our troops on the battlefield. They sign up to help Americans who are in service, and they put their lives at risk for doing so. And because of that, we have a special program to accord them a welcome that they are deserved in this country. Senators McCain, Shaheen, and I, and many others have worked on this program, and Senator Sessions has been a determined opponent of the SIV program, and I just can't understand why. If we will not help the people who help us, then who will choose to help us in the future? Some of these SIV immigrants were turned away at airports after the poorly conceived and poorly implemented immigration order of President Trump. As we contemplate some of this president's outlandish and discriminatory claims about immigrants, and as we deal with the aftermath of this poor order, we have to separate the extreme and the untrue from our legitimate security concerns. A good lawyer often needs to be a check against the bad instincts of his client. And in this area, I am not confident that Senator Sessions can do that. Finally, Mr. President, torture. Like the vast majority of this body, I believe torture is contrary to American values. That is why I was proud to work with Senators McCain, Reid, Feinstein, and others in 2015 to pass a law clearly stating that torture would not be allowed by any agency of our government, not just the military, but any agency of our government. This law passed the Senate overwhelmingly and in a strongly bipartisan fashion. But Senator Sessions was one of a small number of senators who opposed the law, who opposed a ban on torture. When we met, I asked Senator Sessions why he had opposed the law. Why had he opposed this bipartisan bill? This is a fundamental question for any of us, but certainly for an individual who wants to occupy the nation's chief law enforcement position. His answer was not at all convincing. I don't think the nation should have an attorney general with an ambiguous record about torture. While most federal agencies have a general counsel, it's ultimately the attorney general who sits at the very top of the pyramid of attorneys advising the president in providing this legal advice. This president has, very unwisely in my view, stated that he thinks torture is both justifiable and effective. I believe that we need an attorney general who will check that instinct and not support it or justify it. I will say this in conclusion. There is an independence that is necessary in this position. It is established in law in this position and 3 other cabinet positions. Any attorney general must be able to stand firm for the rule of law, even against the powerful executive that nominated him or her. In this administration, I believe that independence is even more necessary. I oppose Senator Sessions, who is a friend, who is someone I respect for this position, because I believe his record raises doubts about whether he can be a champion for those who need this office most, And it also raises doubts about whether he can curb unlawful overreach by this executive. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President, I rise today to speak in strong support of the nomination of Senator Jeff Sessions to be the next Attorney General of the United States, and I do that as someone who has known him personally quite well for 6 years now. Mr. President, I want to just do this briefly because we're pressed for time, but I want to make a few points. First, I think we all recognize the terrific credentials that Senator Sessions brings to this job, his career, his lifetime serving his country, from his time in the U.S. Army Reserve to his 12 years as a U.S. attorney to the 2 years he spent as the Attorney General of Alabama, all before being elected to the United States Senate. But much more importantly, I'm so impressed by this good man, this good and decent man's commitment to protecting all members of our society and his sense of fairness. Let me give you a couple of examples. For instance, it was Senator Sessions who worked with a Democratic colleague, Senator Coons, on legislation to help women and children who were victims of abuse. It was Senator Sessions who joined me in our successful effort to provide hundreds of millions of dollars of additional funds each year to victims of child abuse and sexual assault and domestic violence. Senator Sessions' sense of fairness is illustrated also his approach to law enforcement. It's probably widely known that he has the endorsement of every major law enforcement group in America. But Senator Sessions has also spent a lot of time and effort making sure that people on the other side of law enforcement are treated fairly and humanely. It was Senator Sessions who led the successful effort to eliminate the disparity in sentences for crack users versus cocaine users, working with Senator Durbin, a Democrat, and they succeeded because Senator Sessions understood that the disparity, the much harsher penalty on the use of crack cocaine versus white powdered cocaine was completely unfair and overwhelmingly adversely affected African Americans, and that was not acceptable to Jeff Sessions. It was Senator Sessions who in 2003 joined with Democratic Senator Ted Kennedy in introducing and in helping to successfully enact the Prison Rape Elimination Act because of his concern of the appalling abuse experienced by some people in our prisons. That was not acceptable to Jeff Sessions. And let me just say that, I'm going to be very candid, the most objectionable and offensive slanders that I've heard against Senator Sessions is the notion that there's somehow, he has some kind of racist leanings. That is an outrageous and dishonest charge. I've known this man very well. There's not a racist bone in his body. This is a man who's been endorsed by many, many African-American leaders. This is a man who personally took on the KKK every chance he had when he was serving as a U.S. attorney. In fact, arguably, he was the reason that the law enforcement, in fact, he personally did probably more than anyone else to bankrupt the KKK by design so that he could destroy that organization in Alabama, which is exactly what he succeeded in doing. Jeff Sessions is a man who has tremendous respect for the law, a reverence for the law, respect for the rule of law, and there's absolutely no question in my mind, from my own personal experience with him for these years, that he will enforce the law vigorously and fairly. Now, several of my Democratic colleagues have come down here and they've rattled off policies, areas in which they disagree with Senator Sessions. You know what? There are areas where I disagree with Senator Sessions. And I guarantee you there are lots of areas where I have disagreements with the members of President Obama's cabinet. But it never occurred to me to expect that I would have complete agreement on every policy issue with every candidate for a cabinet position. What I know about Jeff Sessions is that he's an extremely well-qualified attorney with outstanding credentials, has spent his adult life serving his country and his state, that he has gone to the mat to work for people who are some of the least fortunate and people who've been through appalling circumstances, and he has been their champion. And I just know that he is going to stand up for the principles of the rule of law and equal justice before the law. Last point I want to make, Mr. President, and that is when Republican senators gather periodically for our lunches and our private discussions. Every Republican senator knows that when we are discussing something, if Jeff Sessions believes that we are talking about doing something that is a violation of a principle that he holds, he's going to be the first guy who's going to stand up and he's going to say, my colleagues, this would be a mistake. It's not the right thing to do. He is the one who is first to stand up to any other member of the conference. It doesn't matter who it is. If he thinks what they are suggesting is not the right thing to do, not the principled thing to do, not consistent with our role as senators, not consistent with our principles. Jeff Sessions is always willing to stand up for what's right. He will stand up for what's right as the Attorney General of the United States. I am proud to support him, and I urge all of my colleagues to do likewise.
Mr. President. Senator from Vermont. Mr. President, I think many millions of Americans perceive, as I do, that these are not normal times. We have had a new president of the United States who called a judge, a so-called judge, because he dared to disagree with President Trump's decision on the ban of Muslims coming into this country. We have a president who attacks the media in this country as fake news, that everything that they are saying are lies. We have a president who goes before the troops, men and women in the American military, and starts talking about politics. So it is very clear to me that we have a new president who really does not understand the Constitution of the United States of America, who does not understand the separation of powers in the Constitution. And in that context, we need an attorney general who will have the courage to tell the President of the United States when he is acting in a dangerous, authoritarian, or unconstitutional way. I have known Jeff Sessions for a number of years, and personally, I like Jeff Sessions. But I do not believe that at this moment in history, when we need people around this president to explain the Constitution to him, that Jeff Sessions will be the Attorney General to do that. Mr. President, I am deeply concerned about voter suppression in this country. I am deeply concerned that as a result of the Supreme Court's gutting of the Voting Rights Act, we have in state after state after state governors and legislatures who are working overtime, to make it harder for poor people, people of color, older people, young people to participate in the political process. Mr. President, today in the United States, we have, compared to the rest of the world, a low voter turnout. Only about 60% of eligible voters in America cast a ballot. Our job, whether you are conservative, Republican, progressive, independent, Democrat, whatever you are, if you believe in democracy, what you should believe in is bringing more people into the political process, increasing our voter turnout, not working as hard as you can to suppress the vote. I want an Attorney General of the United States of America to tell those governors, to tell those attorney generals all over this country, that as Attorney General of the United States, he will fight them tooth and nail in every way legally possible to stop the suppression of the vote in state after state throughout this country. Mr. President, we have the dubious distinction in this country of having more people in jail than any other nation on earth. We have about 2.2 million Americans in jail. We're spending about $80 billion a year locking them up. And these people are disproportionately in jail who are African American, Latino, Native Americans. I want an Attorney General who understands that the current criminal justice system is failing, that we have got to figure out ways to keep people from getting into jail by investing in education, in jobs, and that incarceration in more jails are not the answer to the crisis we face within criminal justice. I honestly do not believe that Jeff Sessions is that person. Mr. President, in recent years, we have made significant progress in allowing people, regardless of their sexual orientation, to get married and to have the full rights of American citizenship. I do not believe that Jeff Sessions will be the Attorney General who will be supportive of LGBT rights. Mr. President, we have some 11 million undocumented people in this country. I believe that most Americans see the solution as comprehensive immigration reform and a path toward citizenship. Now, today, we have some 700,000 people who are DACA recipients, who have come out of the shadows and trusted the federal government to protect them. We need an Attorney General who is sensitive to the needs of DACA recipients, who will pursue humane immigration policies and advocate for the need of comprehensive immigration reform. I do not believe that Jeff Sessions will be that Attorney General. So, Mr. President, for all of those reasons and more, I will be voting against Jeff Sessions to become the next Attorney General of the United States.
Mr. President.
Senator from Delaware.
President, I also rise this evening to talk about the nomination of our colleague from Alabama, Senator Jeff Sessions, to serve as our next Attorney General. Like many of our colleagues, I've heard from an incredible number of people in my state regarding this nomination. Some in favor, fewer than 100, many against. Almost 1,300 Delawareans have called, emailed, or written to my office expressing their opposition to Senator Sessions' nomination. I'd like to share, if I could, just a few excerpts from some of the emails that I've received concerning this nomination, Mr. President. We'll start with Priscilla from a town of Newport in the northern part of our state. She wrote to me about the experience of her family growing up in a segregated society. Here's what she had to say. She said, I lived through my parents not having the right to vote, not being able to go through the front door of a restaurant or a doctor's office, using the colored fountains and bathrooms, never again. Another person, Rhonda from Dewey Beach, wrote to me about Senator Sessions' voting rights, her voting record on voting rights, and here's what she had to say. She said, Mr. Sessions has called the Voting Rights Act of 1965, a, quote, piece of intrusive legislation, close quote. Under him, she went on to say, the Justice Department would most likely focus less on prosecution of minority voter suppression and more likely on rooting out mythical voter fraud. And one more from Wilmington, Delaware, my hometown now, a woman named Dawn. She wrote to me about her concerns as a parent of a child with autism, Mr. President. And she wrote these words. I am writing to express my deep concern with Jeff Sessions' nomination for Attorney General. I am a parent of an autistic son and terrified that people with these types of views will be empowered to enforce or not the laws that protect the rights of my son and so many others. Mr. President, the common theme through these letters, calls, these emails, is their fear that Senator Sessions will not be an Attorney General for all Americans. I know that many of my colleagues, our colleagues, will soon be voting their hopes by voting to confirm Senator Sessions to be our next Attorney General. But many, too many of my constituents, they include African Americans, immigrants, women, Muslims, and other vulnerable populations. But they have called and emailed my office in numbers that I don't think I've ever seen before, to express their fears and ask me to do something about it as their senior senator. I've heard their voices loud and clear, and I felt compelled to add my voice to so many others in opposing this nomination. Let me just say as clearly as I can, I do so with no joy. No joy. Last night, as I was thinking about what I wanted to share on the floor this evening, my mind drifted back to another time and place. The presiding officer may not know this. I grew up in Danville, Virginia. My sister and I, the last capital of the Confederacy. And I got there, I think, when I was just about 9 years old, and left when I was about to finish high school. And the home that we lived in right outside of Danville, Virginia, if you walked out the front door, Mr. President, about 100 yards down the road on the other side was a church, Woodline Baptist Church. That was our church. And my mom dragged my sister and me there every Sunday morning, every Sunday night, every Wednesday night, and most Thursday nights. We stood on, my sister and I stood on, when we were in high school, we stood on the doorstep of that church Monday through Friday when school was in session. And we'd catch a school bus. About 200 yards down the road on Westover Drive, there was another school bus stop where African-American kids got on their school bus, 200 yards away. We would drive in our school bus 10 miles to our school, Roswell High School. And the kids in the other stop, the other school bus stop, would get in their bus and they would drive past our school another 10 miles to get to their school. On weekends, my dad worked a lot, and he was in the Navy Reserve as a chief petty officer, and he was gone a lot of weekends. And my mom worked in downtown Danville in this 5 and dime. My sister and I would catch a bus, and we would ride downtown to go have lunch with my mom on many Saturdays when we were 9, 10, 11, 12 years old. I couldn't help but notice when we got on the bus that if you were white, you got to sit up front, and if you were black, you sat in back. And we would go to a blue plate diner with our mom at lunchtime, and there was one section, if you're white, you got to eat there, and another section where you were black, you could, colored, you would eat there. Go to the restrooms, colored only, white only. After lunch, my sister and I go to the Rialto Theater in Danville, and my mom would give us each a quarter. And for 25 cents, we could see that afternoon 3 movies until she was finished work, and we'd go home together. And that, in the Rialto Theater, if you were white, you sat down front on the first floor. If you were black, you sat up in the balcony. I'll never forget when I was a little boy in Danville one day and went to the dentist's office for some dental care. I remember this older African-American woman coming into the dentist's office, and she was in pain with I think an abscessed tooth. She asked she said, I know I don't have an appointment, but could someone just help me out of my misery? And they said, I'm sorry, ma'am, you don't have an appointment. We can't do anything for you. And she left crying. My parents were, turns out I'm a Democrat. They were Republican as far as I know. And they got to vote. They got to vote regularly. But I'll bet you dollars to donuts, the kids in that bus stop, to catch that bus to go to their all-black, all-African-American school, my guess is a bunch of them didn't get to vote because of something we had in Virginia called a poll tax. Among the lessons that my sister and I learned at Woodline Baptist Church was the golden rule: treat other people the way we want to be treated. Among the things that we learned at that church is Matthew 25, to treat the least of these. If I was hungry, we should care for the least of these. When I was hungry, did you feed me? When I was naked, did you clothe me? When I was thirsty, did you give me to drink? When I was sick and in prison, did you visit me? When I was a stranger in your land, did you welcome me? And we were taught yes, 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 yes. In Micah 6, In Micah 6, we heard in my church this past Sunday, the question was raised is, what is expected of us by the Lord? And 3 answers: do justice, love kindness, walk humbly with thy God. I have taken those lessons from my childhood and those lessons from our own church today, and I want to tell you, as a kid growing up in Danville, Virginia, I could understand how other kids in my community were racist or bigoted. I could understand how it happened in Alabama or North Carolina, where our presiding officer is from. But somewhere along the line, somebody got a hold of me and said, you know, all that stuff you're talking about in church and in the Bible, you know, if you really believe it, here's the way you should act and talk and speak. And finally, it sunk in. I just want to say, Mr. President, Jeff Sessions has been my colleague. I've been here for 16 years. He's been my friend, my colleague for 16 years. We read the same Bible. There have been times we read it together over the years. When we met in my office just a few weeks ago, we talked about how our faith guides us in our lives. I reminded him of how Matthew 25 tells us of our moral obligation to the least of these, which I've talked about. And as I carefully considered my friend's nomination to serve our country in such a critical role, I found that while we agree on many issues, including that our faith is an important guide not only in our personal lives, but in our capacity as public servants, I found that our views on too many important issues diverged. Like many Americans, Mr. President, I am troubled by the direction that Donald Trump is seeking to take our country in these first few weeks of his administration. I believe that an independent attorney general can provide a check on this president's legal recklessness, I believe, and that may be more necessary now than any point in recent history. Donald Trump has already revealed an agenda that reflects his divisive campaign, one that I believe will make our economy less robust, less fair, our environment less clean, our country less inclusive, our freedoms less free, and our allies less inclined to take America at its word. Many of us worry that Jeff Sessions will not be the independent check on this administration that we need. And many of us worry that Jeff will not hold our Justice Department to the principles that everyone, no matter their age or their income, their sex or color, deserves equal protection under the law. My colleagues and I have had these concerns with a number of President Trump's cabinet nominees. I voted for more of them, though, than I voted against. Having said that, we need individuals who serve in these key posts who are willing to speak truth to power. And ironically, this is what got Acting Attorney General Sally Yates in trouble. She did it a few days ago when she was fired for refusing to defend the Muslim ban because she thought it might not be lawful. Throughout the campaign, Senator Sessions supported a religious-based test for immigrants. And I fear that Senator Sessions is unlikely to stand up to Donald Trump and tell him that he's wrong on this front. To be honest with you, I just believe we need somebody who will do that. And unfortunately, I fear there's a good chance that Senator Sessions believes that Donald Trump just might be right. I'm also afraid that Senator Sessions won't be the independent check our country is likely to need, especially in this administration. Ultimately, however, the votes are where they are, and it appears that our friend, our colleague, Senator Sessions, will be our country's next chief law enforcement officer and chief attorney. Over these past days and weeks, I thought about whether or not our friend is the best person for the job, as I've said. I know others have too. I've also thought about the millions of Americans who fear that he may have views about different races and minorities that could seep into the Justice Department, resulting in an unequal application of our country's laws. My thoughts have led me to the example of Lyndon Johnson, a man from the South who served, as you may recall, in the U.S. House of Representatives in Texas for a number of years, and later in the Senate became president under tragic circumstances, as we'll all recall, in November of 1963. LBJ didn't just oppose civil rights while in the House of Representatives and in the Senate. He often bragged about it. But he went through a public transformation that would lead him to pass the first civil rights bill since Reconstruction as Senate Majority Leader in 1957, and then sign into law some of our nation's landmark civil rights laws, the Civil Rights Act in 1964, the Voting Rights Act of 1965, the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, the Fair Housing Act in countless others. LBJ's transformation, Mr. President, didn't happen overnight, though. The truth is that his views on civil rights and racial justice might have been there all along. Here's what author Robert Caro wrote about LBJ in the most installment he wrote on the life of LBJ. Here's what Caro wrote. Although the cliche says that power always corrupts, what is seldom said, but what is equally true, is that power always reveals. When a man is climbing, Caro goes on to write, when a man is climbing, trying to persuade others to give him power, concealment is necessary to hide traits that might make others reluctant to give him power, to hide also what he wants to do with that power. If men recognize the traits or revealed or realize the aims, they might refuse to give him what he wants. But as a man obtains more power, camouflage is less necessary. The curtain begins to rise. The revealing begins. And so it was, in Caro's views, and I think he's probably right, so it was with Lyndon Johnson. And Mr. President, that reminds me of another quote tonight, and this is one from our former First Lady, Michelle Obama, who said these words: being president doesn't change who you are, it reveals who you are. It reveals who you are. We are not confirming Jeff Sessions to be our next president, but we are confirming him to be our next Attorney General. And we must act as the curtain rises. What will it reveal? What will it reveal about Jeff Sessions? Unfortunately, each time that Jeff's career has led to more power, whether it was as district attorney in Alabama, attorney general for his state, or as United States Senator, it has revealed a Jeff Sessions who is much the same as he's always been. It has revealed a Jeff Sessions to be less inclined to undergo the transformation that so many others before him have undergone to put themselves and our nation on the right side of history. Let me close, Mr. President, with this thought. If Senator Sessions is confirmed, it is my sincere hope that our friend and that our colleague will recognize the awesome responsibility and the opportunity that he has to serve not only the people of Alabama, not only the people of the South or the southeastern part of our country, but Americans across our country of all races, all colors, all creeds. In this body, it's often important that we vote with our hopes rather than our fears. And unfortunately, tonight, I'm not yet prepared to vote my hopes. But the words of a reporter writing about President Johnson a few years ago give me some hope as we look forward, and maybe they'll give hope to the rest of us. Here's what that reporter wrote about Lyndon Johnson. Perhaps the simple explanation, which Johnson likely understood better than most, was that there is no magic formula through which people can emancipate themselves from prejudice. No finish line that, when crossed, awards a person's soul with a shiny medal of purity in matters of race. All we can offer is a commitment to justice in word and deed that must be honored, but from which we will all occasionally fall short. And I would just add, and we do. I hope these words that I've just quoted, just read, resonate with our friend and resonate with our colleague, Senator Jeff Sessions. Because if they do, both he and our country will be better for it. And with that, I yield back the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Iowa.
There's been a lot of discussion about Senator Sessions' nomination on this floor in the last 24 hours. Before we vote, I want to offer a couple observations about the unfairness of some of the statements. First, I was hoping to limit my remarks to all of the reasons why I believe Senator Sessions will make an outstanding Attorney General. But instead, I feel very compelled to say a few words about some of the attacks that have been leveled against Senator Sessions here on the floor, where he has served the people of Alabama faithfully for 20 years. A number of senators have come to the floor to talk about Senator Sessions' hearing in 1986 when he was nominated to be a federal judge. Now, it happens that I was in the Senate in 1986, at that time by 6 years. I was on the Judiciary Committee in 1986, by that time for 6 years. And I want you to know, I saw what happened. Now, I don't have time to go into all the details here, but I will tell you this. Jeff Sessions' hearing in 1986 was an absolute ambush. In fact, it was a planned ambush. He was unfairly attacked then, and he's being unfairly attacked now. I'll give you just two examples. First, in the last 24 hours, we've heard Senator Sessions attacked for a voting rights case that he pursued as U.S. Attorney in Alabama. We've heard a lot about that case. Of course, those who have raised the Perry County trial don't tell you Senator Sessions was actually asked to pursue that case by two African American candidates who believed that ballots cast by African American voters had been altered. The bottom line, that he was vindicating the voting rights of African American voters whose voting rights had been compromised. Second, we've heard Senator Sessions criticized for testimony in his 1986 Judiciary Committee hearing about the Voting Rights Act. It's been said on this floor, and it's been said repeatedly, that Jeff Sessions called the Voting Rights Act intrusive. But those speaking in the last 24 hours don't know what he actually said. Now, he did use the word intrusive, but then he said the Department of Justice had to do it, quote, because it would not have happened any other way, end of quote. He said, further quote, federal intervention was essential in the South, end of quote. He said it was an intrusive piece of legislation, quote, because it was necessary piece of legislation. I support it, end of quote. That's right. He said the Voting Rights Act was a necessary piece of legislation, and I support it. That's what he said. But now, if you've been listening the last 24 hours, you wouldn't know any of that by listening to those who have come to the floor and talked all about that case, 1986. Like I said, that I was here way back then. I saw what happened to that man that's going to be our next Attorney General, who would go on to join the Senate for these 20-some years and become our colleague and our friend. So, you can understand why it's very frustrating to me to listen to all of those attacks. And it's particularly frustrating to hear it from members who were not even here then in 1986. With that, let me just say this in closing. Senator Sessions has served with us for 20 years. Every member of this body knows him to be a man of integrity. Almost all of us have been on the other side of a policy debate with Senator Sessions at one time or another. I know I have. And what we know from those debates is that Senator is that whether Senator Sessions agrees with you or not on any policy question, he handles the debate fairly, he handles the debate respectfully, and he handles the debate honorably. Senator Sessions answered our questions in the Judiciary Committee for 10 long hours. He gave us his word on the critical issues that should decide our vote on this nomination. And most of that was centered around the fact that he's a man devoted to the law, and he's devoted as a chief law enforcement officer of our country to enforce the law, even if he didn't vote for it, even if he disagrees with it. We know from that questioning that Senator Sessions will be independent. When he said when he has to say no to the President of the United States, he'll say no to the President of the United States. We know Senator Sessions then, as I've said, will enforce the law faithfully without regard to person for all Americans. Motivated by those principles, Senator Sessions will make a very fine Attorney General, and most people here in this body know that, even those that are going to vote against him. I'm pleased to cast my vote in favor of his nomination, and of course, I urge my colleagues to do the same thing. I yield.
Mr. President.
The senator from Alabama.
Mr. President, I rise in support of the nomination of my colleague and friend, Jeff Sessions, to be the Attorney General of the United States. And why? We've had this debate. It's gone on a long time. We've heard a lot of proponents and opponents of Jeff Sessions. Who would know Jeff Sessions better maybe than I would? I've worked with Jeff Sessions since he came to the Senate 20 years ago. Between us, we've been here 50 years, 30 years for me, 20 years for him. Our staffs worked day and night on issues that affected our state and affected the nation. I first really got to know Jeff Sessions when he was the Attorney General of Alabama. He had been the U.S. Attorney. He was pretty well known, but I didn't know him. We didn't really know each other until he became the Attorney General. And I urged him to run for this U.S. Senate. Senator Heflin retired. And I thought he could win, but I thought not just he could win, that he'd bring something to this body. And he'd be a good colleague. He'd be a good senator for the state of Alabama and the United States of America. And he has been. When you deal with people day after day, remember, we all know it as colleagues here, there are just 100 of us. Sounds like a lot of people, but it's not. When we interact on committees, when we deal with each other, when our families are thrown together, and we eat together, we talk, we debate, we maybe even fight a little bit at times over issues. You get to really know somebody. I know Jeff Sessions pretty well. I believe he's a man, one, he's competent as a lawyer. He was a good lawyer. He was a great prosecutor. He served our state as the Attorney General. He's been active on the Judiciary Committee, where he's chaired the subcommittee. He's been active on the Budget Committee. He's been active on the Armed Services Committee. He's been active right here in the Senate, our Senate, on the Environment and Public Works Committee. And he's well respected. What kind of Attorney General do we want? We want somebody that is competent, somebody with integrity. Integrity above everything. That's what counts in this job. This is a very, very important job. These are big shoes. Jeff Sessions will fill those shoes, and I'm happy and proud to be here to vote for him tonight. I wish my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would join us. Yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The majority leader.
I ask to proceed under leader time.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I'd like to say a word about the nominee we're about to confirm. We've long known our colleague from Alabama as Senator Sessions, and soon Attorney General Sessions. But it wasn't always this way. There was a time when the distinguished senator from Alabama was known simply as Buddy. Buddy, the product of a small town called Hibbert, the son of a country store owner, the inheritor of modest beginnings. Senator Sessions' parents grew up in the Depression. They taught their son the value of a dollar and the importance of hard work. If our colleague wasn't at school or football practice, you were likely to find him at his dad's store lending a hand to customers. As anyone from a small town can attest, that little store served as far more than just a place to buy goods. It was also a local gathering place, a place where people were liable to share their hopes and concerns and their dreams, too. This is where Jeff Sessions developed his core values. It's where he developed an appreciation for the everyday struggles of working people. It's where he learned the importance of listening first, of standing up for what matters, of putting others' needs before one's own. It made him a better person. It made him a pretty good politician, too. Senator Sessions is the kind of guy who, with just one conversation, can make you feel as if you've known him your entire life. He's usually the first to arrive at constituent events and the last to leave. He's also made it a priority to travel annually to every county in Alabama, all 67 of them. His staff will tell you these trips home when Senator Sessions is really in his element. Driving across Alabama, sun up to sundown, milkshake in hand, or maybe a blizzard from Dairy Queen, Heath bar flavor, thank you very much, that's Senator Sessions. Now, it's not hard to see why Alabamans keep sending him back to Washington. Last time out, he scooped up a modest 97% of the vote. Part of Senator Sessions' secret to success is simple enough. He's just a likable guy. Our colleague is one of the most humble and most considerate people you'll ever meet. He's a true Southern gentleman. He's pretty funny, too. His staff would certainly agree. They remember the time he accidentally ran his suit coat through the paper shredder. They saved the evidence, too. Let's hope that one makes it into his archives. Sessions alums call this man a mentor. They remain ever grateful for his focus on their own development. I know they're going to miss grabbing a burger and fries with him at Johnny Rockets. They're really going to miss his wife, Mary, as well. We will around here, too. Now, in Sessions' world, Mary Sessions is something of a legend. She's been our colleague's strongest supporter, no matter the task before him. She's been a source of encouragement and a friend to all of Team Sessions. I doubt they'll ever forget Mary's friendship or her famous cream cheese pound cake. One thing they won't soon forget either is Senator Sessions' intense focus on the office letter writing operation. Sometimes that meant working weekends with the boss to get the constituent correspondence just right. There's no doubt Senator Sessions is very, very particular about his writing, whether in constituent letters or legal memoranda, and there's a good reason for that. Words, as this lawyer is known to say, have meaning. It's a philosophy that has animated Senator Sessions' longtime love affair with the law. He believes in equal application of the law to each of us, regardless of how we look or where we come from. It's a genuine passion for him. It's an area of deep importance and principle. Senator Sessions will stand up for what he believes is right, even when it isn't always the easiest thing to do. Now, this is a guy who fought for Republican principles long before Alabama became a red state. He stood up to George Wallace dynasty as a young man. He stared down the forces of hate as U.S. Attorney and State Attorney General. He's continued to fight for the equal application of the law as well, not to mention a growing economy, a streamlined government, and a strong defense. And of course, as anyone who knows him will tell you, Senator Sessions is a lawyer's lawyer. He's willing to hear the other side of an argument. He's willing to make the other side of the argument as well. He's also willing to be persuaded. He's worked across the aisle with Democrats like the late Senator Ted Kennedy or the Assistant Democratic Leader on issues like prison reform and sentencing reform. Democrats have praised him as someone who is straightforward and fair and wonderful to work with. The politics of the moment may have changed, but the truth of the statements like these endures. Deep down, each of us knows these things remain just as true about Senator Sessions today as they did when our Democratic colleagues praised him. Fair in action, bound to the Constitution, a defender of civil rights, this is the man we've come to know in the Senate. It's the same man we can expect to see as Attorney General. Senator Sessions may be leaving the Senate, but there's plenty this Eagle Scout will be taking with him. That includes the motto he's lived by, be prepared, which is so ingrained in our friend that it's even engraved into the back of the granite nameplate on his desk. It's a simple phrase with a simple message, and it seems particularly fitting for our friend today. He's got a big job ahead of him. I think he's up to the task. He's tough, but he's fair. He's persistent, but he's respectful. He's a likable guy, a principled colleague, an honest partner. And while we're really going to miss him, we also couldn't be prouder of him. So let us thank Senator Sessions for his many years of service.
All time has expired. The question is on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Mr. Cochran, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Corker, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Mr. Donnelly, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin. Mr. Enzi, Mrs. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Flake, Mr. Franken, Mr. Gardner, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Ms. Harris, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hatch, Mr. Heinrich, Ms. Heitkamp, Mr. Heller, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Isaacson, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. McCain, Mrs. McCaskill, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Paul, Mr. Perdue, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott, Mr. Sessions, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Udall, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Alexander, Cochran, Collins, Cornyn, Cruz, Ernst, Gardner, Graham, Grassley, Isaacson, Kennedy, McConnell, Perdue, Roberts, Rounds, Rubio, Sass, Scott, Shelby, Tillis, Toomey, and Wicker. Mr. McCain, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Cantwell, Carper, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Franken, Hassan, Kane, Klobuchar, Leahy, Merkley, Murray, Reed, Sanders, Tester, Van Hollen, Warren, and Wyden. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Cardin, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Flake, aye. Mr. Inhofe, aye. Ms. Stabenow. Ms. Stabenow? No. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Manchin? Aye. Ms. Heitkamp. Ms. Heitkamp? No. Mr. Burr. Mr. Burr? Aye. Mr. Enzi. Mr. Enzi? Aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons? No. Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey? No. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune? Aye. Mr. Udall. Mr. Udall? No. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy? No. Mr. Corker. Mr. Corker? Aye. Mr. Hatch. Mr. Hatch? Aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett? No. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito? Aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven? Aye. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker? No. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo? Aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch? Aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan? Aye. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher? Aye. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich? No. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul? Aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey? No. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman? Aye. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton? Aye. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Blunt? Aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner? No. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters? No. Mr. Donnelly. Mr. Donnelly, no. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Ms. Harris. Ms. Harris, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. King. Mr. King, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mrs. McCaskill. Mrs. McCaskill, no. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Feinstein, no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Nelson. Mr. Nelson, no. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez, no. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Portman. Mr. Portman, aye. Mr. Brasso. Mr. Brasso, aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, no.
Honored to be with you.
The clerk will report the nominee.
Nomination, Department of Health and Human Services, Thomas Price of Georgia to be Secretary.